you kissing?
Oh, they did the hormone.
Ty, can you get me 5 cheers, 6 cheers?
Urere hua rere runga hau, babaki pari hau rere runga hau, ka piki runga
these photos. Help ourselves, eh?
Oh, look.
Front, middle, leave those chairs and stay Okay, not in here yet. Not everybody's come over yet. So to your right there's two rows of chairs on the angle. In front of them is tables. Yeah, in front of them is the tables. That's on this with microphones on it. Yeah. On the left hand side, there are three lots of tables.
Where is London? Is he over there?
Okay, so, so just from where you're standing, right back to the wall.
Okay, where are we not allowed to sit? Be in front. Where are you going to sit?
Well,
Who's come party?
sitting on this side.
This side.
Yeah, be right behind her. Hey, but she's sitting all over here, eh? You too. Yeah.
I need to see.
Where is that happening?
You're on this side now, I think. And I've put you at the end here so you can. Well, so we can tell you where you are.
your 1 year course? Matahaka?
More.
Naka, Kiroto Itaku Korero.
Oh, hey.
E wā ona ka kawaki tangi wāka. Yeah.
Mario Tivata.
Yeah, ma pōrua e whakaoti.
Geez, how many trees have you destroyed in creating that?
I think he's ready to shut you up.
I'm not first anyway, thing is.
Rangi pukuku Raha fiti fiti Karerete kopere He atua He atua Uama turu turu Ra fiti fiti Karerete kopere He atua He atua Vero, vero, karaka Ko whai, kakariki, ki korangi Mahoe, wai poroko Koe nei ngata, o te kōpere Koe nei ngata o te kōpere Whero, whero karaka Ko whai kakariki ki korangi Mahoe wai poroko Koe nei ngata o te kōpere Koe nei ngata i te ua. Kai ki i te wai, kai mate i te ua. Tihore mai te rangi, tihore mai. Mau, mau, mau te ua, whiti mai te rā. Mau, mau, mau te ua, whiti mai te rā. He ie, whiti mai te rā.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Always testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Roller mai tātou. Broken glass everywhere. Listen, understand, you know, they just don't care. Can't take the smell, I can't take the noise. Got no money to move that, I guess I got no choice. Rats in the front room, brokers in the back. You shouldn't encourage me.
Mohio mai. He pai o medicated ke rongi tira kurawai.
All right.
He pai tira ke koe?
Yep.
I'm just going to go get the 2 minutes. Ai, kei konei. Angari,
Erere, wairua, erere. Ki ngā ao o te rangi. Whiti, whitiria, te te rā. Mahea ake ngā ko raru raru. Makere ana mahere. Makere ana mahere.
Testing 1, 2, yeah. Push it like this. At least if I can't be erect, at least I can be upstanding.
Tu te uru tō.
No, she's all right there. She's all right.
Nō reira tēnā no tātou e hui hui mai nei, kei timata ai tātou i te karakia. Nō reira ki no tātou. He honore, he kororia, he maunga runga ki te mata o te whenua, he runga pai ki ngā tangata katoa i roto te tumanako te whakapuna me te aroha. Te wehi anō ki te timatanga o te whakaaro nui tēnei ki te whakahonere, ki te kingi ki a tuheitia. Noho mai e te ariki, ruungi tō taumate te ahurewa tapu kōrua ko tō hoa wahine, ko ata whai a kōrua tamariki mokopuna me te kawi ariki, nui tōni me te tumuaki ko anaru tara PPP. Mea mātā waka ngā mana ngā tapu o rātou, a hako e roto ngā kainga takutai, ngā momo kōrero, ngā papa neke hanga. Nā reire te tau kaharawa. Tēnei mātou inui atu ki ako e roto i ngā whakamuimiti. Hei te pō, hei te ao, uhi mai iau manaki tanga ki rungi kia mātou. A ki ngā tinana e māwewe ana tūroro ana i roto ngā huhipeta i rungi o mātou tini marae. Ia mātou kainga tai atu ki a rātou i roto ngā whare here. A māka te tonu mai a rātou, te pani te pauaru, me te rawa kore, te mahi kore, te kainga kore, te aroha kore, te humokai, te hau mate. Rātou anō e tata whakamomori. Nō reire e tātua kaharoa, tēnei tonu mātou e tuku atu ngā inui, ngā whakamuimiti, ki mua te aro o te kai whakawā, i te rōpū whakamana i te treaty. Nō reire e tātua. Uhia mai te hā o tō wairua ki rungi kia mātou katoa kia kore e mātou e taka i ngā rewangatanga o te ao ki tai kiki tō oranga tonutanga ma hehu karaiti tō mātou ariki. Āmene.
Kia ora ana tātou, tēnā rā tātou katoa. E mihi ana ki te reo o te ata, nāna te tumarangai o te wāhi ngaro i whakatau ki rungi a tātou. O tira, ko tāku he kōrero i etihi o ngā pānui i a te rā, i a te wā, kia pai ai te haere o tō tātou nei hui. Kia āhua tōtika te noho ki te wā, kua tōmuri tātou i tēnei wā, nā reira ko te inoi, ka tere te mahi, ka tahi ka timata. Kei te pai tēnā, i te kai whakawa, i te tribunal, e mihi ana. So we've got some tikanga o te whare. And I've been given a run sheet. Tiaki Wairua, please respect our taonga. There are taonga down the front here. And please do come and have a look in your own time, but please do not take photos. Some of them will have a bit of kōrero next door to them, what the taonga is about. But yes, please, no taking photos. There will be no kai in our whare. Tiaki tinana. The whare paku, if you haven't already seen them, are located at the front of the gym, to your left as you're going out. The whole school is awahe kore and vape kore. Just because you vape doesn't mean you can just hide somewhere and have a little sneaky one. Please respect the ture of the kura. Awahe kore. You need to go right out, hop in your car and drive out onto the road. That's where it finishes. Thank you. Otherwise, give it up. Thank you. The whole school, right. Hand sanitisers are located on the front table, and most of you would have used them. Please remember to wash our hands quite thoroughly, and especially after using wharepaku and before doing kai. I know that's second nature, but because of our māwiwi e rere ana i te hapori, i Aotearoa, i te ao, tēnā, kia mahara rawa tātou. Kai manaki will be regularly wiping down the tables and things for us as well. Tiaki hinengaro, be aware that some of the kōrero, although pono, may mamai. But don't take it too hard. The kōrero needs to come out for the Crown to hear and for our judge and the tribunal to hear. Please do whatever you need to do to keep yourself and your mauri safe. If you need to have some time outside, there are tents just outside for you to sit in. There are also kaimahi rongoā in the whare, should you need them. Now, so we've got first aid out here in the tent. And the Māori wardens, if you need any assistance, they will be happy to assist you. I'm going to ask that you look at your phone, even if you think you've turned it off, and turn it off now, or put it on vibrate. It happens every single time. Please don't be that person. Tiaki whānau, Māori wardens, please turn your cell phones off. The bleachers and the squash courts behind us are for the caterers in Te Upoko o Te Ika Anake. So we've got some recordings up here. Te Upoko o Te Ika is joining us. And we also have some whānau that have cameras over here. They have asked the kai kōrero if they can record. The rest of you, unless you've asked, please don't. Any lost items can be found in the organisers' room. And if they're still there at the end of the day, I get to take them home. I've got some keys already. And there's also a bag. And last thing, these headsets, you can, if Alan, can you please give a little wave? That's Alan over there. standing up. If you need those headsets, there's translators that go through them on one channel, and it's just English on the other channel. Media, can you please identify yourself? Please give us a wave. Thank you. Ngā mihi o te wā, ki a koe te kaiwhakawā, tēnā rā tātou katoa.
Whenua rā, ka mihi anō ki a koutou a te haukainga, tēnā rawa tu koutou ngā kai kreme, Ngāti Kauwhata, Ngāti Raukawa, me ona karangaranga hapu, ngā iwi o te reo koutou katoa. Nei rā te mihi a te tribunal ki a koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. Me ngā roia e āwhina tia i te kaupapa, me te krauna, tēnā anō hoki koutou. Ka tukuna atu te rākau ki te kaiwhakawā.
Tēnā koutou, nau mai, haru mai ki tēnei nohonga o te Tribunara o Waitangi. Kei te tautoko au i ngā mihi, ka tāhi anō kua oti, ki ngā iwi whānui o tēnei rohe o Manawatu, otira o Porirua ki Manawatu, hoki. Nā reira, i runga i ngā mihi o taku rangatira Monti kia koutou, ka tautoko au ngā mihi, ka noho iti mātou ki konei mo tēnei wiki ki te whakarongo i ngā kōrero ngā ngawe o te iwi o Ngāti Raukawa i pāna ki te mahi a te krauna i tēnei takiwā. Kei te mihi atu au ki a koutou o tēnei kura. He mea nui tēnei mahi nā te mea ka whakarongo ngā tama i te wā tuatahi pia. I nei mahi e pāna ki te treaty o Waitangi ki ngā iwi o tēnei rohe. He mea tino nui tēnā ki a rātou, aha koa mō te nuinga he kaori rātou i te tino mārama he aha ngā hohonutanga o ngā kaupapa e pāna ki te treaty konei. Nā reira, i runga i ngā whakaaro nui a te iwi, tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou, tēnā koutou. Well, welcome everybody to this first hearing of the Ngāti Raukawa claims beginning here in the Manawatu. And I just especially want to acknowledge the iwi of this particular part of the Porirua ki Manawatu region, Ngāti Kauwhata, ngā iwi o te raurau, Ngāti Pare Wahawaha, koutou o Himatangi, koutou hoki ngā iwi whānui o Manawatu, Ngāti Raukawa whānui, Ngāti Toa, ngā iwi take o te rohi nei, tēnei te mihi atu kia koutou. So, having opened our proceedings today, I'd like to also take this opportunity to introduce members of the tribunal. You will have heard who they are on the pai this morning, but we have Tanya Simpson, who will be known to many of you because of her links both to Waikato, to Ngāpuhi, and through the relationship with Te Whatanui to Ngāpuhi. She's here with the tribunal providing expert advice about many of the cultural matters pertaining to the iwi associated with this district. She also is a recognised scholar, publisher, and also a very important member of various boards. She is well known to people in entrepreneurial and management circles. Next to me we have Dr. Monty Suter, who again needs no introduction to you all. Highly regarded for his work in the recording of history of the Māori Battalion and the First World War contribution of Māori, and from Ngāti Porou, the same tribe that I'm from. And finally, we have Dr. Grant Phillipson. And Dr. Grant Phillipson is now the longest serving member of the Waitangi Tribunal, both as a member of the Tribunal and previous to that as the Chief Historian of the Waitangi Tribunal. His expertise and knowledge in this field is really beyond description, and we were very lucky to have him on this tribunal. As you heard from Dr. Monty this morning, Sir Douglas Kidd, who the Honourable Sir Douglas Kidd is unable to be here. As he gets better, he's progressing, he's reading material. We hope that he will become a fully active member again of the tribunal, and we're keeping that door open for him, but at this stage he isn't able to participate fully. I'm going to now give each member of the panel the opportunity to do a short intro for themselves. Dr. Grant? Yes.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for your wonderful welcome this morning. That was amazing. I just wanted to actually briefly talk about the north-south progression to explain what we're doing this week and for the next 6 weeks before we move on to the southern part. And you'll hear more about it as we go on through the week, and Sir Tai Hakere also talks about it in his opening statement. But I just wanted to say briefly, for those who are wondering, the northern blocks have a different history of Crown actions, and that is why we are dealing with them first and separately from the south. It's nothing to do with customary history, but because of different ways in which the Crown interacted with and obtained the land. And that's because in the period from 1840 through to 1865, the Crown operated a system of what was called preemption purchasing, where Crown Land Purchase Commissioners went around the country. They decided who had the rights in land. There was a system for how land should be purchased, paying low prices on the idea that the value of the land, the true value, would be when settlement occurred and economic development occurred. They were supposed to make full reserves for present and future needs of the people. Those reserves were supposed to be made beforehand, marked out and surveyed. The boundaries were supposed to be walked. There was a whole system which changed completely in the 1860s when the Native Land Court was set up. Now, the court is involved in the northern blocks because it comes in later when reserves were made, but basically there's a complete difference in how the Crown obtained land in the north to the south. And because that was earlier and an earlier system, it made the most sense in terms of hearing claims and claim issues about the Crown to start with the north and deal with those big northern blocks. So Te Awaho, Rangatike Manawatu, Rangatike Turakina, and Te Ahua Turanga, and Waitapu. So that's what we're doing for the next 6 hearing weeks, and that's why we are starting in the north. So kia ora tātou.
Kia ora no, tātou. I'd just like to say this is probably the most reading that we've ever had to do as a tribunal in preparation for a hearing week. But I assure you that we've got through it all. And it's very revealing. As I said on the marae, as an old boy of the school, I can recall learning about the farm that was here when I was at school that Ernest Short owned, but nothing about the Māori history of the place. In fact, I was quite shocked when I read that Ngāti Kaupata were associated with this, the land we're on. So it's very revealing. It's a sad read, I must admit. And I understand that you haven't, the majority of you haven't read some of this material, and I know some of the council are looking at opportunities to make sure that you get to learn about some of this stuff. E he ki ngā tau I rangahautia e koutou, I wānangatia e koutou, ngā whakapapa, ngā kōrero, kia taia e koutou te whakatakoto ngā naue ki mua I te te karauna i tēnei rangi. I know it's been many years that you've been preparing for this. People have passed away in that time, and we do hope that by the time this is over, the result might be, if nothing else, some unity going forward for you. Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Tēnā koutou. Tautoko ana ngā mihi kua mihi mai I te ata nei. Tautoko ana ngā mihi ki tō tātou kīngi ngā tūheitia. E noho ana I te ahurewa tapu ona mātua tūpuna pai marire. O tira kua rātou kua mini ki te pō. Te toko maha o ngā kaikreemi kua ngaro atu. Hoi anō. Haere, haere, haere atu rā. Engari, kua tai mai tātou te hungore ki te rānei, ki te kawea tēnei kaupapa ki mō nā reira. E mihi ana ki o koutou katoa. Me ki ngā kākaro I ruia mai I rangi ātea, te wako o tainui, e mihi ana ki o koutou katoa. Ko tānia te rangi ngāngana, Simpson tōku ingoa, he uri a hau nā te rangi ngāngana. He uri hoki nā te mai haranui Maupo, I tupu ake au I te kuiti, te teo aku marae ko miringa te kākara, ko te teo aku kainga kei kāwhia, nā reira I wainganui ngā hono ngā katoa I mui a tātou katoa, e mihi ana. Tēnā tātou katoa. And as you've heard, my name is Judge Fox. I'm the Deputy Chief Judge of the Māori Land Court, presiding officer of this tribunal. Ngāti Pro is my background, and Rongof Carter of Tūranga. We have with us, supporting the staff, Peter Harvey, who's our new manager, Claims and Registry. Would you like to put your hand up? Peter is available to take any complaints you have about any of the documents that have been filed. Don't come and see me, see him. Him and Sasha Lee Douglas, our claims coordinator, who's his part of his team, so they're going to be available to deal with any facilitation issues concerning the hui that you'd like brought to the attention of the tribunal, so feel free to approach both of them. We have Barnaby Melville, who's our assistant with report writing. He's here today from the report writing team in the tribunal. Did you put your hand up, Barnaby? Yes. And then we have Angelina Kirk, who is our inquiry facilitator, and she's been responsible for liaising with the research teams and making sure that the tribunal is getting the research that has been produced, and then providing us with briefing papers. So I want to record that contribution has been excellent. And then we have Te Amo Haere Reihana, who was in that role up until recently and is here to facilitate and assist her over the next week. They're working together as a team. We have our interpreter, our trusty interpreter, probably still aspiring to be a bit like Piripi Walker, but getting there. His name is Conrad Noema in the box, and I'll be interested to see, especially in this rohe, Ngāti Raukawa, ngā aria o te reo Māori konei. Those of you ngā tohunga, I'll be interested to see what you think and make of his translations. And then we have with him Alan. Alan is in charge of all our equipment, so as you heard, you can listen to simultaneous translations as we go along. If for any reason your little box here is not working, please see him. And now I'll take appearances from all those present. Thank you. When you give your name as counsel, could you say not only your wine numbers, but what hapu you're purporting to represent? Thanks.
Ma'am, because the time is so tight, I've just been noticed. We'll give you a written note at lunchtime. If I could simply start by saying, I'm myself. With me is Mr. Lyndon Rogers. Can you stand, Lyndon? Mr. Philip Corniget and Miss Lisa Hanson. And behind us we have Jake Buckthara, and with him is Tai Jury Jr., and captain of team is Tai Hakure. Senior.
Thank you. And your Y113, which I know is a long list because it goes A to the number it finishes at, the letter it finishes at. So, Mr. McGee?
Council's name is McGee. I'm representing Y977 Ngāti Tapaya.
Tēnā tātou katoa. May it please the Tribunal, Council's name is Burgess, appearing on behalf of Ngāti Pikiahu, Y1872, Ngā iwi o Te Reureu, Y651, and Te iwi o Ngāti Tukorehe, Y1913. Kia ora.
Kia ora.
Tēnā tātou katoa, ka nui te mihi kia kouti te hau kāinga, nau e pohiri mai a mātou i te ata nei, nau e tūwhera tēnei wiki o tātou. Ko himi tēnā hu tōku ingoa. I'm the counsel for Y1640 Ngāti Whakatere and counsel for Y1944 Ngā Hapu o Kereru. Kia ora.
Tēnei te mi atu kia koutou, te tangata whenua, ko Raukawa, ko Ngāti Kauwhata. May it please the Tribunal, Council's name is Lewis, and I will need clarification as to who I'm representing today, ma'am. Based on the direction that was filed on Friday, it's unclear as to whether I'm still leading Doctors Anderson, Green and Husbands.
All right. Well, you don't represent them because they're technical witnesses.
Yes, ma'am.
So who do you represent?
I represent Y609, that would be Yvonne Mitchell on behalf of Te Whanua Te Ngārara.
That is Te Atiawa?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're here on a watching brief?
I was going to seek leave given the direction to
do the leading?
To have a watching brief if the leading was to pass on to other council.
Yes, well, let's come back to the leading issue, but you haven't sought time, have you, to cross-examine?
No, ma'am.
Oh, that's very good. Thank you. All right, Mr. Watson.
Ai, te mana whenua ko tēnei te mihi atu ki a koutou. Puri noa ki te whare, a tēnā koutou katoa. Council's name is Watson, ma'am. I'm appearing in relation to Wai1626 in this part of the inquiry. Te Wāre ka Kik on behalf of Ngāti Pare and Ngāti Huia. Claimants on behalf of Ngāti Maiotake, Ngāti Waihurihia, Ngāti Moiwaka, and claimants on behalf of Ngāti Huia ki Katihiku and Ngāti Tūwhakahewa of Ngāti Raukawa. Those hapu have principal interests in the Otaki area, but held customary interests and exercise rangatiratanga in the north here, and hence the reason that I'm appearing here today.
Yes.
Nō reira, tēnā koutou.
Kia ora. Dr. Gilling.
Tēnā koe te kaiwhakawā, e te rōpū whakamana o te tiriti o Waitangi, me ngā kaimahi, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou. E te whare, ngā manu whenua, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou katoa. May it please the Tribunal, Council's name is Gilling. The claims I represent in this part of the inquiry are Y972, one of the kōwhata claims, Y757, Ngāti Huia, ki Parotawhao, principally, and Y1618, Ngā Hapu o Himatangi. I also represent in the Otaki area.
When you say Ngā Hapu o Himatangi, are you talking
Ngāti Tūranga, Ngāti Rākau, and Ngāti Te Ao. Sorry. And in the Otaki area, Wai2200, which is Andre Baker, whom you've met in Te Atiawa. And Stephanie Turner and Henny Collins, Wai2419, focused on Ngāti Kikupiri. And of course one solely Te Atiawa claim, Mr. Tūtere Parata, 1945.
But you're not here for them today, other than as a watching brief?
Correct, because...
And that Mr. Baker is also Ngāti Raukawa, isn't he?
Yes.
Yes, so that's
in fact,
fine.
the original historic core of the claim is at Otaki.
Yes.
And Ma'am, I am in the process of receiving instructions from several other hapu in the northern area, but I will advise the tribunal when or if those instructions are finalised.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Gilling. Ms. Thornton.
Tēnā koe, ma'am.
Please tell me you're not here for Maraupoko.
I am here for
Are you just doing a watching brief then?
I'm watching.
Thank you.
Do you want to hear who I'm watching for, or am I
Yes,
done?
yes, please. Because that changes.
Not too much. Mopoko claimants Vivian Toeki, Y1629, and Y493, Cheryl Stanford, both Ngāti Tamarangi hapu.
Thank you. Mr. Lahat.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I'm appearing for Wai2197, Oma Heitia, who asserts that she's the correct claimant for Ngāti Pari Waha Waha, although there is another claim lodged under that name. And I just wanted to make the point that she asserts that, in fact, they don't whakapapa back, and it is, in fact, her claim.
All right, well, I hear you, and I'll be interested to hear what Ngāti Parawaho say about that.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
So we have two people oh, that's right, they've been introduced. Mr. Johnson?
I te kai whakawā, Deputy Chief Judge Fox, tēnā koe. Tēnā member o te taipunera, tēnā koutou. May it please the tribunal, counsel's name is Johnson. I appear with my learned colleague, Ms. Martinez. Ma'am, we're delighted to represent three claims, not only within this inquiry district generally, but also have customary interests in the northern area. They are Y784, which is a claim by Rodney Graham and others on behalf of themselves and the Kowhata Treaty Claims Committee and Ngā Uri Tangata o Ngāti Kowhata ki te Tonga, so that's Y784. I'm delighted to say that Mr. Graham is present today. The next claim is Y1482, a claim by Ropata Miritana, Patricia Jacobs, the late Archdeacon Te Hopi Huia Hakaraia, and the late Richard Ozeki on behalf of themselves and of Te Kotahitanga o Te Iwi o Ngāti Wehiwehi, so that's Y1482. And finally, ma'am, a claim by Simon Austin on behalf of himself and the descendants of James Howard Wallace, which is Y2031. That's a Raukawa claim, and I'm also delighted to say that Mr. Austin is also present today. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Austin's hapu is?
Well, he is from Ngāti Raukawa,
yes.
And he affiliates to a number of hapu.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
So he's not purporting to represent any of them,
No, he's purporting to represent the descendants of James Howard Wallace.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Mum.
Sinclair.
Tēnā tātou, tuatahi, he mihi ki aku whanaunga o Ngāti Kauwhata, no Ngāti Kauwhata ahau. He uri no Ngāti Kauwhata. Ko Moana Sinclair tōku ingoa, ngari he Adams, he Dury, oku nei iwi. Names, rather. Those are my parents. Just wanted to acknowledge that I am from here. Your Honour, we are here representing a claim Y113C, a claim by Stephanie Turner as whānau of Te Rauparaha, as descendants of Hape ki Tuārangi, Ngāti Kikopiri, Hapu of Ngāti Raukawa. Also for Y1729, a claim by Sarah Puananga on behalf of her whānau and in association with the whānau, Hapu and Iwi of Ngāti Kauwhata ki Te Tonga. Also Y1815, a claim by Kahu Sterling, kei te ora tonu, on behalf of his whānau and in association with the whānau, Hapu and Iwi of Ngāti Kauwhata ki Te Tonga. Y1928, a claim by Gloria Karaitiana on behalf of herself and her whānau and the descendants of Te Hira Wanu Kai Mokopuna. Also Y1936, a claim by Maruhaere Muri Sterling, deceased, and Riha Sterling on behalf of the Sterling whānau and in association with the whānau, Hapu and Iwi of Ngāti Kauwhata ki Te Tonga. Also Y2032, a claim by Lee Iranui Lee, also a Puananga, on behalf of her whānau and in association with the whānau, Hapu and Iwi of Ngāti Kauwhata ki Te Tonga. Also Y2199, a claim by Kim Puananga on behalf of her whānau and in association with the whānau, Hapu and Iwi of Ngāti Kauwhata ki Te Tonga. Y2570, a claim by Mihingarangi Greenaway on and behalf of Ngāti Huia ki Kati Hiku. Ka nui tēnā, ngā mihi.
Anyone else?
E tō rōpū whakamana o te tiriti, tēnā koutou, ki ngā haukainga, tēnā koutou katoa, ko Josie Lang toku ingoa. Mum, here representing Y1630, which is a claim by Ngāti Kapu, a hapu of Ngāti Raukawa.
Tēnā tātou te whare, kei te tautoko i ngā mihi kua mihia kia koutou, ngā tangata whenua, ngā hapu me ngā iwi o tēnei takiwa, nui rawa te mihi kia koutou, i tino rongo ai i te mahana, i tino rongo ai i te manaaki i te rangi nei no reira, kei te mihi kia koutou. Huri noa ki te rōpū whakamana i te tiriti, kia koe te kai whakawā, kia koutou ngā rangatira o te tēpura, tēnei te mihi nui, te mihi kauana kia koutou. Ko Miss Lindsay Pānho tōku ingoa, ko hau ko tētahi o ngā roia mo te kreme Y1619, he kreme anō mo Ngāti Pari Wahawaha, me te kreme Y1260 mo te hapu o Ngāti Waiwai. Nō reira, kei te mihi kia koutou.
So, Ms. Pānoho, are you saying you represent those hapu or individuals of those hapu?
Ko te kai kare me matua ko John Rewiti.
And the question? Are you representing the individual, or the individual is purporting to represent the hapu?
It's for the benefit of the hapu, ma'am.
For the benefit, but not purporting to represent them?
Of Ngāti Parewahawaha.
Yes.
And for Ngāti Waiwai, it's the representatives of the hapu.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
E te kai whakawa, me koutou o te Tarai Punara. Nā roia mō te corona, nā roia mō nā kaikirimi, koutou nā kaikirimi, huri noia ki te whare, tēnā koutou katoa. May it please the Tribunal, Council's name is Raukawa. I appear on behalf of Mr. William Tauaki, the late Ron Tauaki, the Tauaki whānau, their hapu Ngāti Tamarangi and Mupoko, that's Wai2200.
Thank you, and you're here on a watching brief.
I am. We also sought leave for some cross-examination.
Yes, well, you didn't get it.
Okay.
Have you read my direction? Read it. Thank you.
Thank you.
May it please the Tribunal, Council's name is Rongo. I am here this week on a watching brief for Wai2383, Trevor Hill, on behalf of who is of Moepoko descent. Kia ora.
Sorry, I missed that.
Council's name is Rongo. I am here this week on a watching brief for Wai2383, Trevor Hill, who is of Moepoko descent.
Thank you. Mr. Hockley.
Tēnā koe, i te kai whakawa. Tuatahi, te tini me te mano o Ngāti Raukawa, kanui te mihi ki a koutou katoa. Ki te whare e tū mai nei hatu pauda, kanui te mihi. I ngā rangatira o te tepu, kia ora tātou katoa. Hockley tōku ingoa, Lauda, tōna ingoa. E pāna ki te tikanga o te whare, me te whakatauki o te kura, whaia te tika, ke te marama au, te tikanga o tēnei wiki, e pāna ki tō whakatau.
Thank you, Mr. Hockley.
I am here, Mum, for Wai623, 624 and 1490, the hapu of Ngāti Ao, Ngāti Pāriri, Ngāti Ngārue and Whanokirangi, hapu of Moepoko.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Any other council? Any unrepresented claimants? Meaning there's nobody here that's going to speak on your hapu's behalf, and you have a claim before the tribunal. No? That's okay. You can sit, don't worry about standing, because we can pick you up that way with the microphone. Yes, thanks. Kia ora.
Tēnā koe. Just been reminded that I'm speaking on behalf of our hapu of Ngāti Whanamanu. But also on behalf of the Wai2200 Collective.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Cole.
E te wai whakamā, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Jackie Cole toko ingoa. I appear for the Crown with my learned friends, Mr. Tim Morrison and Mr. Tim Stevens, who is behind me. I'd also like to acknowledge that both Frith Driver Burgess, Mrs. is in the audience on behalf of Te Arawhiti. She's a senior historian at Te Arawhiti. And also Jack Mace, who some people will be very familiar with, who appeared in the Te Atiawa hearings. He's a operations manager with the Department of Conservation, and also present with him today is Leah Strongman, and I apologise if I've got her surname wrong. It's just slipped out of my mind. She is the Treaty Implementation Manager for DOC for the Manawatu area.
Excellent. Can they all just stand up so people know who they are? All right.
Thank you. There will be other Crown representatives coming later in the week, and I'll introduce them on the occasion.
That will be excellent, thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I missed the most important person. I do it every time. Mātua Wiremu Kawa, who is present with us and has spoken to the whare today. Kia ora.
Thank you. Well, I think we're ready to deal with any issues that council want to raise. I've made a ruling regarding Muaupoko. That ruling stands. I don't want to discuss that further. In terms of the issue Mr. Lewis has raised about leading technical witnesses, Mr. Lewis? I had assumed, and maybe rightly or wrongly, that you and Ms. Hall from Woodward Law had sorted out the issue about who's leading who. Last week I got a memorandum indicating that you have a team, Ms. Hall, who will be divided, 2 teams, one dealing with leading what are essentially CFRT organised researchers move through their reports. And what would you like to say about that?
I was only really seeking clarification on the matter.
Maybe you could talk to Ms. Hall at the next break.
Yep, that sounds good.
All right, thank you. You can join their team.
Your Honour, the Crown does have something to say about this issue of the leading
yes, I thought you might.
Yes.
What would you like to say?
Merely that as long as the cross-examination is limited to the nature of the questioning that has been indicated through the Woodward Law memoranda, the Crown has no issue with it. If it goes beyond that, though, the Crown does perceive that there are matters of concern with having a team, 2 teams, whatever teams, with no Chinese wall in the firm, doing leading, cross-examination and re-examination of the same witness. It is totally understood that they are not their witnesses, that they are CFRT witnesses, but notwithstanding that, there do seem to be some procedural issues.
What's the procedural bias or prejudice that you might suffer?
It's not a case of suffering from the Crown, it's more the procedural irregularity of having a process such as that. And with
well,
respect,
as you know, I
suggest...
can set the process for hearings, and so long as there's no unfairness, then there's no issue. So what do you say would be something that I have to take into account in that regard?
As I said at the outset, Mum, the issue would purely be whether or not the cross-examination extends beyond that which has been indicated. And
right, I'm sure you'll let me know if it does.
Happy to do so, Your Honour.
Okay.
But otherwise, the Crown has no issue with the matter.
Thank you, that's helpful.
Kia ora.
Any other matters?
I do have some other preliminary issues not related to that, but I would rather just in case you don't come back to me, if you could come back to me.
I think the discussion on that issue is ended. So what's your other matter?
Well, as I say, unless other council have other preliminary issues, this is completely unrelated to the leading cross-examination. You happy to go? So first of all, with respect to the opening statements of evidence issue, / in the middle of those two, which you addressed in your memo, which came out on Friday. I apologise, but I can't actually discern from your memo what you have decided in respect of whether they are to be taken as evidence or whether they are to be taken as opening statements.
Well, the opening statements are opening statements. That's exactly what they are.
Well, so does that mean that it is Sir Taihaku?
It means that instead of any lawyers cross-examining, only the tribunal can ask questions.
Thank you, that's excellent.
The 2 papers, Pinedo Patu and Nangi Mārie, the status of those papers, as I understand it, is that they're in evolution, which means that they're not being presented, rather they're being used to build a consensus.
The Crown
I can be corrected, but that's my understanding.
Yeah, the Crown's issue is not with either of those 2 papers. It was more the statements from Mr. Ropata, Mr. Teira and Mr. Toomey.
Yes, well, I've read them and they all look like opening statements to me, to be
That's
filled out by
fine.
evidence at a later point.
For that clarification, we are grateful.
Thank
so
you.
that was all I was seeking. The second thing that arises from that, it doesn't arise actually because it's not evidence. Because you had made a ruling in your memo of Friday that any questions of clarification relating to the statements was to be due by the 20th of March. But if they're opening statements, then you're probably saying that there wouldn't be any questions of clarification. Would that be right?
No, because I agree that there might be aspects that need further clarification.
Okay. Well, then the issue that I just want to raise...
And that's why I framed it questions of clarification.
That's fabulous. The issue then that I'm simply raising is the date. There is a significant hui for the Wai2200 Housing Kaupapa inquiry next weekend. We're simply not going to have enough time to do our questions of clarification by the 20th, and I expect that a number of claimant counsel might be in the same position actually, but I just simply sought an extension of time, perhaps through to just before Easter.
Oh yes, I'm happy to entertain that. Just let us know at the end of the hearing that that's a matter we have to put into the follow-up direction. Thank you.
That would be terrific. And, there is one other issue that we needed to highlight, and it only came to my attention late last week. It relates to two Ngāti Waiwai claims, Wai1260. No, it's just the one. I'm sorry. Yeah, Wai1260 fully, and Wai651 and Wai1461, which are related to Ngāti Waiwai claims. It's been brought to my attention, and it's not something that we're seeking a ruling on at this stage, and we're certainly not objecting to claimants being heard in this inquiry, but it does seem that they may have actually been fully settled through the Ngāti Tūwharetoa settlement, and we think that this issue just needs to be addressed properly in writing as to whether or not those claims actually can continue to be inquired into in the strict legal sense through this tribunal inquiry. The Crown would not have any objection to the evidence that the claimants were intending to put before the tribunal being presented, because there are other ways and means in which, and other claims under which that evidence could be brought potentially. But we wanted to highlight that right at the very beginning.
Yes, so what's the name of the Tūwharetoa settlement legislation?
Oh, I didn't write that down, Your Honour.
I don't even know the section that asks our jurisdiction. It would be helpful to know what section
of the
either the deed or the
well, it's in the Waitangi Tribunal Act that perhaps I could come back to that, and perhaps I could.
It'll be in the settlement legislation,
and I haven't looked specifically at the settlement legislation.
Okay. Well, once you've had a look, let me know, and what clauses I should look at.
Very happy to do so.
And what sections of the Act I should look at. What clauses of the deed, what sections of the Act.
Certainly.
That would be helpful.
What I was going to suggest was that the matter be dealt with. I think this phone is ringing on the desk.
Well, don't answer it. No. You're talking to me in the middle of a hearing.
The plan was perhaps to put something in writing so it's done properly, so that you're fully informed as to what the concerns are. Once we've actually investigated it further, it may be that the concern goes away, but at this stage my instructions are that those claims...
Yes, well, it does depend on legal submissions, doesn't it?
So if I put it in writing, and that's not me.
It's Ellen.
Sorry, Ellen.
Okay.
So perhaps
it's a
again,
sign.
if we aim for something to be filed before the Easter break.
Okay.
That was all I was going to
Ms.
suggest.
Cole.
Thank you. Those were all the issues for the Crown.
Thank you. All right, now turning to the serious matter at hand, it's the opening statements, unless you've got something else, Ms. Hall.
If I can. Look, we just want to say and be very clear that the first speakers are most definitely giving classic oral and traditional evidence in its most classic sense, beginning with Ngāti Toa, because that's how custom is done around here. So we have Ngāti Toa leading off, then we have Mr. Twumi, and then we have the trail's been given to us as well with Te Kenehi Teira. So it is classic, oral and traditional evidence. That's what's before you to come now.
All right. Well, having said that, the ruling still applies. Only the tribunal will ask questions about all those opening statements. And as is the case with traditional evidence, questions of clarification can be filed after this hearing rather than asked during the hearing.
Yeah.
All right. Ms. Hall?
Kia ora hui mai tātou. Hei tikana pia te mihi tuatahi kia koutou Ngāti Kauwhata. Te ahoatanga o te pōwhiri tēnei ata. E mihi ake tēnei kia koutou o tira Ngāti Raukawa au ki te tonga. Tēnā koutou katoa. Hei te tuarua kia koutou te tribunal, Ki te whai whakaroa hau i te taha tōku māma, me he mea ora tunu ana. Ka paki aku taringa ki te korenga aku, te mihi atu ki a koutou aku whanaunga o Ngāti Parauhiku rangi maunga tēnā koutou. E wi, Monty, e Karen tēnā koutou katoa. Huri rauna i tō tātou nei whare tēnā koutou. Engari kei konea hau, hei wahainga kōrero mo te taha o tōku pāpa. E te traipūnara tēnā koutou katoa. The main focus of this evidence is to give a pretext of the Ngāti Toa history to their version of events in the migrations of our ancestors from Kāwhia and Maunga Tautari in support of the Ngāti Raukawa treaty claims. As time does not allow to discuss this in its entirety, I will attempt to cover some of the more relative points in the northern end of Raukawa boundaries as discussed by the Raukawa Claims Committee for your considerations. Although it would be very convenient / easier to put the Ngāti Raukawa migration south to one major event when Waitohi, the older sister of Te Raubraha, who at her request to Te Ahu Karamu and other Ngāti Huia Raukawa chiefs to bring her people south to the environs of Kapiti and Te Upoko Te Ika, I feel it would be somewhat remiss of me not to reference some of the major events leading up to our departure of Kāwhia, our strong kinship bonds between the two tribes, and Te Raubraha's influence, or lack of in some cases, over the Ngāti Raukawa tribe. Then building into a crescendo of Waitohi and her take tono, or invitation to Ngāti Raukawa to take up permanent residence in the south. The contents of this evidence, the events leading up to Ngāti Toa migration south, a post-Hinga Kaka situation. B, the Army of Whenua Tuatahi of 1818. C, the significance of the death of Marore and Hape ki Tuarangi, the mere paunamu Amokura e Ngāti Raukawa. D, te rangi Haiate na rangi TK, the marriage of Te Pikinga and Te Paunamu, Te Whakahia Moe. The battle, E, the Battle of Waiorua, and F, Waitohe's take tuku whenua. Hau whakalongo mai e te kāwana, whakalongo mai e ngā rangatira Pākehā. Whakalongo mai e ngā rangatira Māori katoa o rungahi o raroha. O te tai haua uru o te tonga e. He korero tēnei motoku ka hairiro mai ai i tēnei motu, i tērā motu e me te waipaunamu e. Nā tōku kaha, nā tōku ua ki te a i te whenua e. E haraia nei nei nei. Nō mua, he o whana o kutupuna. Tana mahi he tango whenua. Tana mahi he tango whenua. Tuku a te ihu ki tō tamaiti. Me pewheka ki te koe. I te tai whakamana mana. Te tō e haere ana. Ua whea tō ure kāriri. Ua kei te tai kā wiwi. E kei te tai kā wawa. Ua whea tō ure katoro. Ua kei te tai kā wiwini. E kei te tai kā wawana. That's an excerpt taken from the letter written to Governor George Grey by the chiefs of Ngāti Toa in 1847. A post-Hinga Kaka situation. The Battle of Hinga Kaka was fought at Te Mangeo near the lakes at Ohaupo, which lie over the hills to the northeast of Kāwhia in the Waipa Valley, and was the stronghold of the Ngāti Apakura tribe. Historians and kaumātua different by as much as 20 years as to its actual date, between 1719 and 1805. The most comprehensive account of the various battles and skirmishes fought by Ngāti Toa against Ngāti Maniopoto and Waikato, including the defeats at Taharoa and Te Arawi, is in Te Peitehurunui's Potatau. His account, for reasons of his own, sought to demonstrate the completeness of a Ngāti Toa, Ngāti Koate and Ngāti Rārua defeat. Te Raubraha, Waitohi, Noho Rua, Te Pēhi Kupe, Te Rangi Hiroa, Te Rangi Haia, Te Rangi Topeora, Mahurenga Pō Kaitara, Te Puoho, Te Aratanga, Te Ropata Hurumutu, and Te Maihengia and others grew up in a post-Hinga Kaka society that for the next 40 to 50 years was in constant feud with the interior-based tainui of Waikato, Apakura, Mahanga, Hikairo, Ngāti Haua, and the West Coast Mātātua base Ngai Te Rangi. their closest enemy in distance and in relationship with Ngāti Maniopoto, who lived over the Hauturu Ranges that separate Kāwhia from the Waipa Valley and runs from the Waikato e Ngaruahia River to the sea at Mōkau. The Tainui contemporaries of Piko Tarangi and his brothers were the likes of Raukawa of Waikato and Pēhitu Korehu of Maniopoto. Te Uanuku Rene states, tērā e tahi taku e anō I pāki wainga nui a Ngāti tōtai atu ki ngā iwi e noho ani reira, tai mai ki a mea, I a Waikato. I tēnei wā kua timata te hono o ngā hapu katoa o roto I a Waikato, a Maniopoto mā, katoa e rā iwi kua haere rōpū tunu rātau ki ngā pakanga o roto I e rā ngā rā. Ko ia tēnei te take, I heke mai ai a Ngāti tō ki te tonga ki konei noho ai. Patariki today was of the view that the Ngāti tō defeat in this battle was a severe loss of mana whenua, making it inevitable that sooner or later Ngāti tō would have to leave Kāwhia. The Army o Whenua Tuatahi, 1819. According to Boast and Gilling, research of the Ngāti tō manuscripts pay very close attention to the first foray to the south for the opportunity for new lands and a reprise of the incessant intergenerational fighting. Te Onuku Rene of Ngāti tō refers to it as the Army o Whenua Tuatahi, or the encircling of the land made in 1819. He states, tērā ia mātou e noho ani I Kāwhia ka tai ake te ope taua o tūwhare. Ko tēnei ope no ngā puhi. E haere ana ki te patu tangata mā rātou nei mai anō I ngā puhi, rāno I te pēwhairangi, hūri no I te motu. Tai noa ki ngā takiwā o here taunga. Kātahi ka hoki atu nā te awa nei o Ngaruroro. Ka tai ki e rā takiwā ki mea māra, ki kai manawa mā, tika tonu te haere ki Kāwhia. No konei ka haere tonu te ope o tūwhare mā ki o rātou nei kāinga, ka wehe mai a te raupraha mā ki reira. No konei, I tupu ake I te whakaaru I te mea he kaharawa o Waikato. He ui moro iti nohi o tēnei a Ngāti toa. Kātahi ka takoto te whakaaru I o mātou pakake. Pai atu te haere mai ki konei, pai atu te heke mai a Ngāti tō ki te tonga, ki te upoko te ika ki konei noho ai. This journey was hugely significant to Ngāti Toa at the time, and although there are varying opinions of who organised this taua and who was present, the account is the same. It led to one of the largest and most likely the farthest reaching war party to traverse the North Island. From the far north up to Kāwhia, Taranaki to Wellington, Wairarapa then back down to Here Taunga, following the Ngaruroro River to the Kaimanoa Ranges onto Kāwhia. In the Himatangi and Kukutauaki minute books, both Mātene Te Whiwhi and Tamihana Te Rauparaha state approximately 30 Ngāti tō chiefs joined this taua, and that Ngāpui had a renowned fighting chiefs such as Tūwhare, Patuone and Tāmati Wakanene. The overall success of this taua was due to the advent of the northern tribes acquiring muskets, of which virtually laid waste from Whangaehu to Otaki, which is why it made it easier for Ngāti tō to come down the second time. It was on this heke of 1819 the taua arrived at Omere that either Tūwhare, Patuone or Wakanene uttered these words. Ko te kōrero huki a Tūwhare e pēnei nā ana I tō rātou tainga atu ki Omere. Ka titiro atu ki te moana o Raukawa, ka kite te kaipuke e rere ana. Kātahi ka ki atua Tūwhare ki a Tarauraha. Tēnā e raha hara mai tangohia tēnei whenua mōu. Titiro ake te pāke a haere rā I runga I te kaipuke. Ka whiwhi pū koe māu, hei puhi tangata māu. Takoto tulu te kōrero a Tūwhare I roto I te ngākau o te Rauraha. No te hokinga ki te kāinga ka timata te whakaaro neina, pai atu me haere mai rātou ki konei ki te tonga no hoai. Te Rauraha returned to find that his principal wife Marore had been killed by a Waikato chief named Te Rangi Moiwaka. Te Rauraha then arranged for the killing of a Ngāti Maniopoto chief Te Moirua. This of course served only to escalate matters, and conceivably this may have been Te Rauraha's intention. The result being a very hard-fought battle at Te Karaka with a great loss of life. But the invasion force of Waikato and Maniopoto overwhelming Ngāti Toa, whereupon they were besieged for some weeks at Te Arawi. With the state of enmity between Waikato and Maniapoto and Toa and the Kawhia tribes, it was inevitably a no-prisoners situation at Taharua and Te Arawi, until the intervention of Te Rangi Tuatea and his offer of a noble retreat from Kawhia, the ceding of ancestral lands to the victors. This caused some friction between Rangi Tuatea and the leaders of Waikato and Maniapoto, Raukawa and Pēhitu Korehu, who were for the total extermination of Ngāti Toa. I make note here of a line in Te Raupraha's Mō Tētea, Tērā ia ngātai o Honipaka, where he states, Nāku i a rā koe I waiho I taku whenua iti. I leave to you this my portion of land. Confirming Ngāti Toa ceding their ancestral lands with a negotiated exit over a period of time, as opposed to Peita Hurunui's picturesque view of Ngāti Toa and Te Raupraha escaping in the dead of night under extreme duress. Haere rā e koro kia whangai koe I ngā kōrero huhua noa mōku. Go now e koro to the night, there to await and hear of my many deeds. This is a reference to Te Raupraha's immediate huia whānau, who were part of the original heke, in which he was rangatira, having ascended to that position at the passing of Hape ki Tuarangi in a famous story of social climbing that sees Te Raupraha gain ascendancy and mana at Hape's ohaki or deathbed speech. Generally a time when chiefs would make their final wishes known and who was to succeed him at his death. Mawai taku mana me taku tūranga e a hāpai. Basically he's asking who of you will hold my mana and take my position for the future. The silence inside that whare as Te Raupraha and his cousins sat with their matua must have been deafening. Who of these men in the whare of Hape ki Tuarangi were prepared to uphold the mana of Ngāti Huia in the civil war against Tainui, especially the fearsome dragon Te Rau Anga of Waikato Tani Whārau? Considering Hape had a lot of enemies near and afar in a life of incessant warfare, Te Raupraha seized the opportunity and assumed the mantle of Hape ki Tuarangi, of Huia and Raukawa. The mother of Te Raupraha Pare Kōhatu was from a junior daughter of a junior line of Ngāti Huia, and so the social standing of Te Raupraha among his peers and contemporaries was considered inferior. Iwi Katea Nicholson states, although he wasn't of senior birth or senior lineage, from the time of his birth he was taken and raised as a rangatira, to be trained as a leader. In fact, when Te Raupraha was old enough to learn about war, he was taken back to Maunga Tautari to Hape and trained by Hape. He became the Kai Hāpai Raukawa Hape, or the personal arms bearer of Hape ki Tuarangi. He would have experienced and probably even blooded or made his first kill in the company of his uncle. So understanding that, it's not surprising to find Te Raupraha at his uncle's deathbed. Iwi Katea goes on to state, the way historians have written about this incident is as if he just turned up with all the cheek in the world and put his hand up. He may have already been selected by Hape to be the leader ahead of his sons anyway, which wouldn't have been unusual. Maybe this is the reason for the lack of response to Hape's pleas. Understanding this, you see that Te Raupraha would have made sure to be there at his uncle's deathbed. Also, historians state that Te Raupraha, at the death of Hape, received the paramountcy of all of Ngāti Raukawa, which is quite incorrect. Iwi Katea emphatically states that Te Raupraha received Hape's mana. Although Hape's son Te Horahau, with some Ngāti Raukawa chiefs, may have accompanied this original heke of 1820, Iwi Katea states Ngāti Raukawa had nothing to do with the original heke, as they were reluctant to come south and didn't come down until much later. Iwi Katea further highlights Te Raupraha left Maunga Tautari with Te Akau's people of Ngāti Tuara and Tūhaurangi of Te Arawa, who weren't necessarily supporting the heke for the sake of Te Raupraha and Ngāti Toa, but more than likely for Te Akau's sake. The other section who followed was Ngāti Aka Māpuhia, who are a Ngāti Toa, Ngā Toko Waru, Maniapoto construct, residing in around Maunga Tautari at that time. And also I've got to say Hemi, Ngāti Whakatere, although I didn't put it in here. Thus Raha found himself leader of the Ngāti Kimihi of Ngāti Toa, following the death of his father Wera Wera, likely at Hingakaka. A section of Ngāti Tuara, Tūhaurangi and some Ngāti Huia of Raukawa following the death of Hape. To validate the seeding of mana, Te Raupraha receives the famed Mere Pounamu Amokura, which we couldn't get up here today for reasons of its own. The two wives of Hape, Te Ako and Te Kiriwera, and their respective families of Te Arawa, along with two fully carved wakataua, Te Painui o Whiti and Te Ahi Kākāriki, also carved by Te Arawa. Although Te Raupraha urged Ngāti Huia Raukawa to follow himself, it was Hape's son, Te Horohau, who replied to Te Raupraha saying, the people will not follow him to Te Pane o Te Ika. Te Raupraha then left by the way he came, without the support of Ngāti Raukawa as a whole. Te kākura I tā pukengi o Ratia. This phrase is in reference to an incident that occurred prior to Ngāti Toa leaving Kāwhia. At the request of the kaumātua, they were unable to make the arduous journey south. They were buried alive under a waka at an undisclosed place. This is an old Māori custom of better to die at the hands of your own people rather than be killed, eaten and desecrated by the enemy, or worse, to be made a here, a prisoner, to live a subservient life under their tainui relations. This incident, although unimaginable to us today in a modern context, highlights two things: the constitution of those ancestors, with their explicit determination to forge a new future in the south, and the finality of the Ngāti Toa exit from Kāwhia. Te Pēhi Kupe was to use this whakatau aki later at his o aki before his death at Kaiapohia in the south, referring to his elders who were left behind in Kāwhia. Kau e tuku au ki ngā atua, e rangi tuku a hau ki te kākākura. Do not send me to the gods, but instead to te kākākura, the burial place of my ancestors. As time does not allow, and the Ngāti Toa deed of settlement of historical claims and Raukawa history will shed ample light on the heke or migration south, I will fast forward to some of the more pertinent points raised by the Raukawa Steering Committee in regards to issues of settlement and reoccupation of some of the iwi take through Featherston, Judge Featherston, in the northern boundaries of Miria Te Kakara, Te Reureu and the Rangitike. Te Rangihaete and the Rangitike, the marriage of Te Pikinga and the Pounamu Te Whakahiamoe. On the downward journey of 1818 with the northern tribes, Te Rangihaete showed some clemency towards a section of the Ngāti Apa tribe, firstly by sparing some of their rangatira, allowing them to live and remain on their lands. Under Māori tikanga, these chiefs were now beholding or obligated to Te Rangihaete. To seal this arrangement, Te Rangihaete took to wife Te Pikinga, one of the daughters of a high-ranking Ngāti Apa chief. The significance of the union was highly political for both sides. For Ngāti Toa, it meant a valuable connection to the south and relative reprise from enemy tribes as they considered their returning in the near future to take up permanent residence in the Kapiti and Wellington districts. For Ngāti Apa, the ability to be part of what would be a new world order, or be a subservient lifestyle of sorts, but remaining alive and well on their ancestral lands. It is at this point that the Pounamu slab Te Whakahiamoe should be mentioned, as this was the proverbial seal in the deal. After the union of Te Rangihaete and Te Pikinga, she then accompanied the army of Whenua south and later back to Kāwhia. On the second journey south and initial migration of Te Heke Tātaramoa, a slab of highly prized Pounamu was presented by Te Pikinga's father to Te Rangihaete and Te Raupraha, with the intention he would not take up arms against Ngāti Toa in the future, and probably really happy to see that his wife, his daughter, was still alive as well. Te Rangihaete, agreeing to this, duly accepted. From this point on, Ngāti Apa lived in relative security on their tribal lands unmolested until the Battle of Waiorua in 1822. Te Raukawa had intended later to use a portion of this pounamu for a waka, promised by the mua upoko at Lake Papaitonga, the outcome of which Te Raukawa was invited by the mua upoko, purporting hospitality, to offer him with a feast and present him with a waka. Instead, the final outcome was his children were killed in the dead of night, himself escaping by busting a hole through the back wall of the whare. This act of treachery, or paturari kaipo, a dishonourable or treacherous killing at night, used as a proverbial insult for that tribe, was to prove disastrous for the Muupoko tribe later, who, if not for the intervention of a Ngāti Raukawa chief Te Whatanui, more than likely would have led to the complete extermination of that tribe. The following is a whakatauaki from Te Raukawa to Te Whatanui as a rebuttal when the latter chief made an appeal of clemency to Te Raukawa to spare the Muupoko tribe. Ka pā he rākau kotahi, tēnā he rākau rua. Whataake he rākau, hāpai ake he rākau. Kei te whai au ko te kaki tangata, ko te kaki whenua kia mau I au. When a weapon strikes, another replies. When a weapon is poised, another is lifted. I go for the human throat in order to seize the throat of the land. Te rangi haiata in the Battle of Whakapaitai, Te Umu Pakaroa, Waiorua, 1822. A kua nei ka rongo rātou I te riri o te Pākehā. That was said by Te rangi haiata the night before they attacked. Shortly the enemy will hear the anger of the Pākehā, and that's a reference to the guns, the few guns that we had. I will make mention here to this battle more commonly known as the Battle of Waiorua, as it highlights three things. Firstly, the intense disdain of the iwi takatake towards these new Tainui immigrants and their attempt to take up permanent residence in the area. Secondly, Ngāti Toa's ascendancy as mana whenua of the whole district. Thirdly, the end of the Ngāti Apa/Toa alliance. Later, Featherston, ignoring these facts in his land dealings by alienating Ngāti Raukawa mana whenua rights in the Rangitike area and acquiring huge tracts of land and purchasing from Ngāti Apa and others. The term whakapaitai is an expression reflecting that there were so many enemy waka seen crossing Te Rau o Te Rangi Channel off Waikanai and Paraparaumu that the sea could not be seen, or that there was an unbroken line of canoe from the mainland to the island. Although this is perhaps an exaggeration, which quite often happens when using Māori metaphor, in terms of the number of waka and toa present, researchers vary between 2,000 to 3,000. It definitely gives effect to the fact that this was a very, very large war party, comprising of Ngāti Hau of Wanganui, Ngā Rauru, Ngāti Apa, Rangitāne, Kahununu, Mua Upoko, Ngāti Te Ira, Ngaitara, Ngāti Kuia, and Kaitahu. Secondly, Ngāti Toa's ascendancy to mana whenua of the whole district is exemplified in this expression, Te Umu Pakaroa. Bluntly refers to the long roasting fires used to cook and devour the enemy, and for a number of months later, of which their remains were discarded into the Ōkupe Lagoon on Kapiti Island. Thirdly, the end of the Ngāti Apa Toa alliance. The prospect of a reconciliation between Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Apa had virtually been destroyed at Waiorua, where Ngāti Toa had captured a high-ranking Ngāti Apa chief, Te Rangi Maire Hau. The chief called on Te Rangi Haiata to have regard for his close blood relationship to his wife Te Pikinga and to show mercy. Te Rangi Haiata is said to have responded savagely and had him hurled alive into the open cooking fires. Numerous Ngāti Apa were killed and eaten at Waiorua, but Ngāti Toa did not stop there. A Ngāti Toa taua was led up the coast and attacked a pā at Awamate on the Rangitike River, killing some 10 leading Ngāti Apa chiefs. The same taua recommenced the widespread killing of Rangitane and Ngāti Apa inland, killing about 40 as it returned to the coast. Numerous taua now scoured the Rangitike, Manawatu, Horowhenua, and Porirua areas, killing all the Ngāti Apa, Rangitane, Ngāti Ira, and Mua Upoko they encountered. It should be mentioned here that all resistance of these tribes was eventually non-existent from Whangaehu to the top of the South Island. Ngāti Raukawa were given, as was promised, all the area from Whangaehu to Kukutauaki. The Rangi TK purchase saw a change to some of the above mentioned area. The Rangi TK purchase. Later, the Ngāti Raukawa chief Nepia Taratoa, who controlled the leasing of Rangi TK lands, chose to distribute and share the rents received with Ngāti Apa and others from Whangaehu to the Turakina, and later to the Rangi TK, but whom remained venomously opposed to any considerations given to these tribes south of the Rangi TK. After his death, the Rangi TK purchase was agreed to, and consistent with recognition of the original giver, a large number of Ngāti Toa listed in that transaction. 2 points regarding this transaction. A, not all of Ngāti Raukawa agreed with the sale, and B, Ngāti Apa, who were included, agreed not to claim south of the Rangi TK River. Te Rangi Haiata, some years before the sale between 1844 and 5, personally escorted Ngāti Rangatahi to Te Reo at Rangi TK to settle these lands as a type of gratuity, perhaps, for their fortitude and their stance with Te Rangi Haiata at Pāwatahanui, and their expulsion from the Marae Nuku Pā at the Hutt Valley, in a highly dramatic conflict culminating in open warfare from the Hutt to Pāwatahanui and Battle Hill. As there was a very real threat that Ngāti Toa would be killed, Ngāti Toa Raukawa Hui under Te Rangi Haiata, Ngāti Rangatahi of Maniapoto, and a small section of Upper Whanganui under Te Mamaku, and Ngāti Mutunga Ngāti Tama under Taringa Kuri, held out the might of the British forces for several days in order to allow elders, women and children relative safe passage to Te Waka, which is the way out to Katihiku, and then they went to Te Rāhui over by the Otaki racing course, and later on to Parau Tāwhao north of Levin. Eventually this led to Te Rangi Haiata being exiled to Parau Tāwhao and Te Rauparaha's illegal detention sometime after. Prior to the invasion of Kapiti and the success of Ngāti Toa at Waiorua and the Te Atiawa and Ngāti Tama contingent of Te Rauparaha, original heke had returned to Taranaki. So that's prior to Waiorua, for reasons of their own. Shortly after Waiorua, a powerful chief of Raukawa and close relative to Te Rauparaha, Te Ahu Karamu, arrived in the Kapiti area. This heke was known as the Heke Karere. This was not an occupation force. According to Iwi Kātea Nicholson, the word had got back to Maunga Tautari that I kōhurungia Te Rauparaha me Ngāti Toa, or that Te Rauparaha and Ngāti Toa had been murdered. Now there are a few interpretations of the word kōhuru. One is a curse, the other is to be murdered. Whatever the interpretation, under Māori tikanga, the result was the same. Either one of these interpretations required utu. Although after numerous attempts by Te Rauparaha to elicit the support of his Raukawa relations, they were always reluctant to follow him. You know, probably see why he was a bit hot to touch sometimes, that fella. Iwi Kātea goes on to say, but as soon as they heard their relations had been murdered, they were quick to raise a war party, while Te Ahu Karamu, at least, seemed to be responsive and arrived at Kapiti with approximately 120 warriors. This was to be a visit of considerable significance, as Ngāti Toa ranged far and wide seeking utu. He was to return to Maunga Tautari some months after to urge Ngāti Raukawa to change their plans of settling in Heretaunga under Te Whatanui and move to the Horowhenua. His commitment to moving Ngāti Raukawa to the south was extreme. When they refused to migrate to Kapiti, he was incensed and burnt their whare to the ground, which proved to be very persuasive in the iwi's choice of its final location. Wai tohi he take tuku whenua. Ngāti Raukawa e hoki ki Maunga Tautari, Mā wai o koutou e mau mai aku were were. Hei noho mai ki runga i tōku whenua, ko o tinei au te haha. Ngāti Raukawa return to Maunga Tautari. Who of you will bring my barnacles to this land we have cleared? This statement made by Waitohi given to Te Ahu Karamu and others of Ngāti Raukawa is a metaphor expressing her desire for Ngāti Raukawa to come and occupy the lands to the south. The reply being, ka tū mai a Te Ahu Karamu. Te Ahu Karamu stood and said, Māku ma te tuara nui o Pakake. I will by the strong back of Pakake. This event highlights a couple of important facts. Firstly, the mana of Waitohi and the high regard of which she was held by Ngāti Raukawa and especially Ngāti Huia. Even after numerous attempts by her brother Te Raupraha to elicit the tribe's support, it generally fell on deaf ears. Huia must have held Waitohi in such high esteem that it was only under her tono and Te Ahu Karamu's commitment to keep his mana intact, as he had given his word to Waitohi, Te Raupraha e Ngāti Toa, stating on the marae that he had the mana to bring Ngāti Raukawa Huia to the south, could possibly have been the reason that led to his extreme course of action. For whatever reason, later saw en masse under three main heke, and the boys will talk about that shortly, and various minor heke of Ngāti Huia and Ngāti Raukawa arrived to settle in the Kapiti Horo Whenua and Rangitike environs. Even Te Whatanui himself, who still insisted on Here Taunga, went with a section of Ngāti Raukawa to settle there, whom later were repelled by a huge force of Ngāti Kahununu, but that's a whole other story. Had to acquiesce and eventually joined up with his relations at Kapiti. Tā Ngāti Toa he take muru raupatu I te whenua. Tā Ngāti Raukawa he take tuku whenua. As there seems to be some conjecture over the definition of a take tuku whenua, I would like to state here my definition under traditional Māori land tenure, when uanuku kai tangata and tūmatauenga mana reigned supreme. Any time any land was given to another whānau, hapu or iwi, it was theirs and held in perpetuity, to do with as they pleased, what they pleased, and for as long as they pleased. Whether that be, for example, a year, 100 or 1,000, and so on. But as soon as that land was not occupied, regardless of the time period, it was returned to the people or descendants who originally gave the whenua. And I notice that's one thing that's not really recognised in the courts, in your fellows tribunal and the machination of the Crown. And I think that's one big point we need to look back. Kei tōku iwi o Ngāti Raukawa. Ngāti Raukawa au ki te tonga are so inextricably intertwined into the fabric of Ngāti Toa whakapapa, history and events, it is hard to imagine our past and in some respects our future without them. Our tainui relations have 20 marae, 25 hapu, fully operational and active to varying degrees, providing a sense of permanence, and I cannot imagine our people ever experiencing another dramatic separation such as the one our ancestors persevered under such extreme circumstances, but instead should be used as an example of our shared tenacity, endurance, and constitution together into the future. I now make reference to the Raukawa chief Te Whatanui, who some years later, at the request of his relations at Maunga Tautari, was asked to return to reoccupy their lands. He was to refute any considerations of himself, Ngāti Huia and Ngāti Raukawa returning to Maunga Tautari in a waiata, or a spontaneous composition called Rongo Kōrero Au, which seems appropriate to finish the submission, with his words stating his desire to remain in the south permanently. Me hoki au a Ngāti Raukawa ki Maunga Tautari, ki te kāinga hoki whakarerea nei au e te ngākau. Shall I, Ngāti Raukawa, return to Maunga Tautari, to the home that my heart has left behind. Kotoa ki runga, kotoa ki runga. Ko kāre waki rarora te marae tūpuna kai te paikea e. Tū whare i tī rāwiri pua hara hui tia i ngā tini kaupapai. Tū maira e toa, hei pōwhiri o tini rau whanaunga mai e. He kupu a waitohi, ka wawata tia tō waka kaho tira wa tau ana e. Ka huki ki ngā whakatauki, pau patate ngā pau o te whare, kau ia ki a hape, koa i kei te toa, o kimihia ki runga rā, tai hakurei, ko te haunga ki raro rā e. Honi pakaka wehe koe i a haue, he whakamaunga tu nāku te ao ka takawe, nā runga mai o te motu, he tūnoa mai rā i a haue, nā ku ia rā koe i wai hoi taku whenua iti. Te roko hanga, te taranga i a taua. Ha, ka mahi mau au ki te iwira ia. Moe noa mai te moe ngaro hoa. Ka paria e te tai piki tū, piki rere, piki tāki la mai rā. Te kawe au e te tere, te kawau i muri whenua. Tēnā taku manu, he manu ka o ngā noa. Aruna ki te whare, te hau o matariki, ma te whare porutu e he. Ma te rahi ati au e kautere mai rā, whakauru pā taku aro nā. O ki, ko, wana kai wani, wani ai taku tāra, tēra, hei ai taua i te kero. He paunga, hui tau, karara, kete, wana, pū, hui mau au e koro e. Hei, ha, kaua hei au a ka matakana. Ko waite, mata kerere, uti anga ngā rua, arera. Kaua, kaganui raro aha. Muhe kamate, mate kaora. Kamate, mate kaora. Hura tendeite, mata, huru nana, tiki, wakapaitite. Waupa, waupane, paitite rā. Nō reira kei te tuai puna rā, tēnā koutou. A tēnā koutou kia ora hui mai tātou.
Tēnā koe o tira koutou, tēnā koutou. I ki te au te mana, kei muri i a koutou. All right, Mr. Rōpata, this is the third time that you've assisted the tribunal and we're so grateful.
Thank you.
So I'm going to ask the tribunal if they have any questions and perhaps after that you could talk to us a bit about, or maybe you could do it beforehand, some of the taonga that are in front of you.
Kia ora. I'll let you, I'll just give my breath back, pause for suspense. You do these things, it just takes you over, eh? But anyway, firstly, the korowai that I'm wearing, thank you, my cousin Elaine, she's from the Kākik whānau, the direct line of Waitohi and Te Rangi Tope Ora. Of the Ngāti Kimi here and Ngāti Tamaunu lines of Ngāti Toa. Secondly, this Niho rei is sperm tooth, given to me by my uncle Morphy Kereoma, who's no longer here with us today. It's cut in half. One half is given to his oldest mokopuna. The other half was given to me as a speaker for whakarongotai, because he was our main speaker at Whakarongotai Ātiawa, Ngāti Tō. With the thought that one day myself and his mokopuna will one day be sitting on the paipai at Whakarongotai looking after that marae. Down on the bottom there we got the lighter mere pounamu, and that's the famed Te Heke Tua. You might be familiar, that was owned by Te Rangi Haiata. It's a taonga that was brought down from Kāwhia, and it features, the story features at the Battle of Waido, which I'm sure you're probably familiar with that. And those 22 Pākehā who were put to death by that, the Nifo te rā, mere pounamu. Over land disputes and surveyors, and I suppose the complete frustration of Te Rangi Haiata, who had signed the Treaty of Waitangi in 1840, and then in 1843 he had had enough. And the kōrero of that was that Kāria Ngāti Toa haere atu ki reira ki te whawhai, haere ki te kōrero. Engari ka kome te tau o te Pākehā, ka taka te pūka ma te arongo. So Ngāti Toa never went down there to fight, they went down to kōrero. And then it must have been one of the soldiers from the Pākehā side, the Crown, and I don't blame them, because I don't think those people from Nelson there walked over there, and if you have a look at the narrative, a lot of them were farmers, storekeepers. They didn't realise what they were just about to get themselves involved with. You know, these Ngāti Toas, they were hardened veterans. They had 3 generations of incessant fighting and killing. And those Pākehā people holding the guns, one of them must have got scared and let off a shot. Koina te kome, te tau o te Pākehā, it's an expression for when you're scared, your anus contracts. And it's in one of the claims. Uncle Iwi actually told us that. And so that shows you the intimacy that our people knew about their body, their wairua and their tinana. And anyway, a stray shot went off. That started the whawhai, where those Pākehā went up to Tuamarina Hill, asked Te Raukawa if they could, with a white flag. But obviously Te Rangi Haiata, when he found out that his wife Rongo had been killed, he had incensed them so much that he lined them all up and killed all those fellas, 22 of them, with Te Heke Tua. The one next to it is Te Amokura, not Te Amokura, sorry, they couldn't come, that's Tuhiwai. Tuhiwai was the mere pounamu of Te Raukawa. That was Te Raukawa's, I suppose that was the one that guided us all the way down from, that was the one that led our people Ngāti Toa from Kāwhia. They say it's a mere pounamu matakite, it can see the future. And given the right karakia and incantation, when you place it into the water, it used to glow. And then that's how he knew that he was making the right decisions. And that's called Tuhiwai. And I'd just like to acknowledge my tuakana taku for coming up and supporting me today and giving me the opportunity to speak, because under our tikanga it should be taku speaking, but engari ka whakaia kia tua hau. Haria mai tērā taonga a Tuhiwai. Amokura was supposed to come up, but for reasons of its own, it didn't. And that's still held within the whānau of Ngāti Toa. And that was the mere pounamu that I talked about earlier, when Hape passed, and Te Raukawa receiving the mana and the tūranga of Hape ki Tuarangi. Kia ora.
Thank you. And the big mere, is that something someone else is going to talk to us about?
Oh, that's one of the, I think the whānau will talk about that, but we're all related to that one too.
Do you have any questions? Tēnā koe whakamārama mai e rā kōrero i mui a mātou tēnei rā. When Iwi was presenting in the oral kōrero tuku iho,
at one point he said something along the lines of, I don't know what all this has to do with claims against the Crown. You know, he was giving there was some reluctance, I suppose, to go into some things. But I just wondered how you think about it in terms of the importance of the traditional history for setting the context of the claims against the Crown.
Yeah, I have thought about that. That's why I'm very reluctant to get involved with these things. I know that it can cause a bit of distress amongst other people, and everyone has their versions of kōrero, and at this stage I think I need to acknowledge Uncle Iwi taking me under his wing for the last 15 years, just being around the kōrero. Also, that Uncle Iwi was a speaker for Te Atairangi Kāhu, that his tutor and his kaiako was Te Unuku Rene, who I also talked about in this kōrero, and he was a speaker for Koroki. And quite often he would tell me that he's not really on that paipai at the kingitanga by virtue of his Raukawa whakapapa, because there's plenty of Raukawa speakers, but he was there by virtue of his Ngāti Tō whakapapa and being trained by Joe Rene, so I needed to acknowledge those two. And thirdly, my tuakana Paora Temuera, who passed away a few years ago, 4 years ago now, who was a prolific researcher and reader of our tribal history, who instilled it in me. So to answer your question, I think that for me personally, although it was hard because it can consume you when you write these things, I think it's about 5,000 words. It consumes me day and night, and quite often I'll ask myself actually why I'm giving all that kōrero. Some kōrero is all right to give, and it's actually the hard part is knowing what to give and what not to give. And because we're so stretched for time, I just basically put it all out there, and I think it went into about 7,000 to 8,000 words, and then I had to sort of cull it back. You know, it's easier to cull than to actually keep. So I think it's important in terms of giving emphasis to historical kōrero, especially in terms of Ngāti Toa. And today, I acknowledge Ngāti Raukawa asking us to come up to set a pretext or a tūāpapa with the thought that they can impinge and add on their version of histories and ours together. If that's what it's going to take to beat the Crown, no offence, because you know, I know, lovely lady, I've met you through. And if that's what it's going to take to get some culpability back for our people who have suffered literally for a couple of 100 years because of some of the bad things that have happened in our past. So, especially for us down here in the Tonga, disaffected with our reo, with our tikanga and our kawa, the cities moving to us, not us moving to the city. Ahurereke, tōku taha Ngāti Porou, heke mei koutou ki ngā taone. Engari mātou e noho ana ki konei, nā ngā taone kei hunuku mai kia mātou. And so living what would it be, trying to live off the land and all those things happening by 1950, we can't eat out of our harbour anymore in Porirua, and so that's indicative to all the stories that have been happening nationwide for last couple of 100 years. But all you fellas be careful, once we all settle and claim, we'll all be coming to the table. And I don't like the process of the tribunal because it's been divisive, and you spoke to it on the marae today. But how can we be unified when we're asked to
Can I invite you to come and sit back down, please? We have sound. I know you're having conversations. Can you have them later? Come and sit down, please. Thank you. Please move towards your seats. Thank you. We're only an hour and a half behind time. Please help us.
Within the scope of the answer, so that arises the screen if you want to claim it in your That's how I would frame it. I've got the citation.
We may have a result.
Is you going to change the few?
It took me that long just to explain what I wanted. You have to take your seats, everybody, and please forgive us. We need to be able to record this evidence or opening statement. So we want to make sure that it's captured from beginning to end. Otherwise, we'll have to interrupt the proceedings again. That's the reason why we stop. We know definitely that all the orators that are giving evidence
Try three.
I don't think the judge said we're going to...
Kia ora tātou. So we're going to go to lunch. It's probably not ready yet, but please be patient. And when it doesn't matter what time lunch is ready, we're still starting at 2. So expect me to give you a little reminder at 10 minutes to 2, and then to be back here because we're, just so that we can crack right into it and get all our speakers underway. Thank you very much.
Just wait.
Oh, we're back on.
1 2 1 2 1 2 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1. Which one do you want to see? Okay. Yeah, that's why we can look around the EPS. Yeah. Just has the powers off the keeps that and that. No, it's not the first radio.
Okay. Do you think we're good, Alan? Do you think we're good? It's best we're good?
It's to be second to see, but I mean, we split out enough. Maybe that was when she was that and they spoke to more power surgeons and seats bookers and it's quick. So I just shouted them before and let's get going. To the best of our knowledge, the problem was resolved. So I'm saying that because yeah. At worst. I mean, that speakers in the whole rest of the whole setup runs at about 3 inches. All the electronics, just the mics and yeah. So, the speakers in there's only out 10 inches. So, remove that.
Can you please go and see Alan now? And ka pai tira, that's all for now, thank you.
Dr. Grant, we are waiting, and I think we are still waiting for Ms. Simpson. Well, the panel is ready, and given we're an hour and a half, I thought we'd save 2 minutes by getting you to start right now. Thank you. The tribunal had no further questions. As I said earlier, thank you for helping the tribunal again, though. Kia ora.
E te kaiwhakarite rauroha, mau I tuku atu ngā whakaaro ki tua tamangaroa nei rata mei tēnā koe. E te kahurangi, kia tiki atu ngā kōrera mātene te whiwhi. E tāna kōrera, e tikana rā, kei a koe e kane, te toka I piri ai te pāwa, kia nāna hu ki roto I te whare. Nei rā, nā pāwa ka piri ki a koe, te toka a tai au, tēnā koe. O te rā, tukurangi maunga, te mātanga hitori nei, te aku kia taku manu ko hoki mai nei ki te kāinga. Tēnā koutou katoa, ki te tari punera. Ko tāku nei, te tautoko I ngā kuparāhiri utaina rā ki rungi. Kia koutou, ki rungi te marae, ngā tauhau, ngā waiwai tapako tai mai nei, tēnā koutou. Nā te tōranga tira, nei rā te mihi, ngā koutou te huarahi para, ngā koutou noi nei, ngā taonga, ngā hoa mo te kōrero, I hari mai tēnei rā, hei whakamana I tā tātou kaupapa. Tēnā koutou. E kui mai koroma, kia manawi mai ki tēnei tū mai nei, ki mui a koutou. E te iwi, tēnā koutou. O tērā tēnā tātou I tēnei tū āhuatanga. He mea waiho mai e rātou mā. Te iwi pūtuki mai rā te kāpuni o te wairua. Nō reira, e kui mai koroma I te pō, maranga mai. Kia totu mai rau koutou, hei waha I taku tua. Kia tika nei te mahi. Kaore te aroha ki taku pōtiki, e tamatu ki no te whai muna iho ki ahau. Ka tū tāua ka whai te tiro tō tupuna o whatihua. Ki mai rā me ka e hoki ko nā ka mate koe i te whainga mai taku hi ka tau ke. Ka tū ngā tai o rā kai matatani whā. Hoki mai e tamae. Kōrero tia mai ngā hane a te waiwai kimi atu. E uia mai koe ngā whenua nei ki te kauhau whakapapa. Maui ki atu ware ware ko au he tamariki. Ware ware tonu au e. Tēnei anō ara te rangona ke nei. Tai nui te arawa mātātua kura hau pōtoko maru. Nā waka tēnā o tūpuna i hoi a mai ai te moana nui e takato nei. Hotu roa ngā toro tama te kapua rongo kako tama te a. Nā tangata o ngā waka e. I whakapiraratia ki ngā whenua nei. Me whakatika atu ngā whakahe mai a tō matua taina wiremu. Mo te pepa i tuhi tuhi a e koe ngā rangira. E tika ana rā nā wairangi kōrua. Nā poutu koe rai. Me rapu noa ke nā puna he rau atua mātua. Kei reira e tamana puna i moe ai kōrua ko iremu. He manawa whenua e. E kore nei e tāia i te rao te waru. Tao e kai a whea whare. Nā kiri tai koe rai. Nā wai tapu he nere hua ko te kahurere moa. Ka noho i tau poko i te tama ka puta ki wahora wai tapu. I haere rā ia i te maunga rongo i te ture a whiro. Nāna iai atu pare kawa tama mutu ko te waka tō pipi. Ka tū kai te riu o whanganui tūroa ko te rangi hopu ata ko tāna tama. Ka hui hui a koutou ko o taina mamatua ki reira. E tamarongo nui a tō matua te whata nui ki ngā whenua nei. I te rangi rā ia kai o rāna te whetū marama o te ata. Te puhi o motai tangata rau e. He waita tēnei nā pēo mo te tāhuri whatanui, tamate te whatanui. I haere a te tāhui ki taranuki ki te kimi wahine māna. Ngāri haere takakau atu, o ki takakau mai. Ko te mate, ko māhoe te ki atu, ko haere ia. Kāori i āta whakariti ai e mua tana haringa. I te waiata nei ka whakauhuahua haere ngā hono ngā matua, ki ngā waka, ki ngā iwi, ki roto ki waha o tonu o Ngāti Raukawa. And hopefully this presentation will fulfill a similar role. That is to explain the iwi connections. You will see that we are different, however, that we are one as well. Ngāti Raukawa e hoki ki maunga tautari māwai o koutou, e mau mai aku weri hei noho mai I runga te whenua I hāhā nei. Kia whai nei te kōrua taku I rangatira o Ngāti Tō Rangatira. Although Te Rauparaha tried to encourage his Ngāti Raukawa kin to move south to support Ngāti Tō Rangatira, it was these words by his sister, Waitohi, that elicited the desired response as issued by Te Ahukaramu, Māku Mātatua Rānui o Pakake. With these words, Raukawa was committed to moving south to new lands. Were can be translated as part of the female, the pubic hair, and was an old way of talking about a female lineage. whereas today you might hear people use whare tangata. Waitohi was referring to her mother, Parikōwhatu, in her Raukawa lineage. Under their fighting chief, Te Rauparaha Ngāti Tō Rangatira has seized a large area from Te Whanganui-a-Tara through to Manawatu Rangitike area. Settling into the area was not without its challenges, including an attempt on the life of Te Rauparaha, Te Rarikaipua ko Kororihia. He escaped, but his children and others were not so fortunate. Later, an unsuccessful raid on Kapiti was made by a large coalition of tribes from the lower North Island and the top of the South Island in an effort to rid themselves of Ngāti Toa Rangatira. When Raukawa heard that ko kōhuritia Te Rauparaha, they were duty-bound to check on their whanaunga and prepared to set retribution if required. A fighting party made their way to the south to confirm what had happened. Ko te heke karere, this is regarded as the first of the Raukawa heke to the south. They were relieved to find that Te Rauparaha was alive, but lamented the loss of his people. It was towards the end of the visit, while preparing to leave, that the offer by Te Rauparaha and then Waitohi was made to their Raukawa relations. It was not the first time that such an offer had been made, but this time it was accepted. Maintaining dominance over such a large area would have been a difficult task. Modern armies recognise the importance of seizing and holding ground. Many armies have won the battle but lost the war due to lack of numbers and logistics to hold the ground. The support from the Taranaki and Raukawa tribes would be critical for the control of the region. A solid base would allow Te Rauparaha to further extend his control. The Hukaramu returned to Maunga Tautari to encourage his people to move south. When they disagreed, the Hukaramu set fire to their houses, forcing them to move. He mana tō te kupu. It was important to his mana and the other Raukawa chiefs that he fulfilled his word as given to Waitohi. Mai Waitapu ki Rangataua, mai Imiria te Kākaraka Kuku Tauaki is the current rohe of the Ngāti Raukawa that moved from the central North Island in a series of migrations, big and small, from the mid-20s, 1820s onwards. Raukawa contend that it is smaller than the original space that the iwi occupied. Iwi of Ngāti Raukawa still reside in the north, where they are sometimes described by the area that they live in, such as Raukawa, ki te Wātu, ki te Pai o Raukawa, ki Panihākua, ki Wharipuhunga, ki te Kāukaroa Pātatere, and Raukawa ki Maunga Tautari. Similarly, we have been described by the area that we live in. We've been called Raukawa ki Kapiti, Raukawa ki Tai, ki te Tonga, and Raukawa te au ki te Tonga. As with our northern relations, we are made up of hapu and iwi that may not be of Raukawa descent. Shared experiences, both good and bad, have seen us stand together prior to, during and post-migration up until the present day. The area allocated was large. As well as supporting Ngāti Tō Rangatira, it would require mutual support from throughout the Raukawa Confederation to hold it. Ngāti Raukawa te au ki te Tonga is a confederation of independent and interdependent hapu and iwi. Independence provides the freedom for each to make their own decisions. Interdependency arises from a range of reasons, including allegiance, whakapapa, mana, threat, necessity, responsibility, opportunity, and other factors where whānau, hapu and iwi were joined together for common goals. It was opportunity that led to Te Rauparaha joining the northern tribes in their excursions to the south, Te Ami o Whenua. He and some of his people joined the expedition ki te Patu Tangata, ki te Muri Taonga. When the northern people decided to return home, one of the chiefs said to Te Rauparaha, e raha tangohia tēnei kāinga hei nohoanga mōu, kia kite ake hoki I te kaipuke o te Pākehā e rere ana I Raukawa. So there are many versions of this kōrero, from raha anei tō whenua nohia to this one. The main point is that raha was told to occupy the area, providing an opportunity to barter with the ships that sailed in the waters of Te Moana o Raukawa, what we know today as Cook Strait. Those words planted the seed that led to the tribes of Tō Rangatira, Taranaki, and Raukawa establishing themselves in a new territory. Each Raukawa hapu and iwi made the decision to migrate, to leave their ancestral home and cross the lands of allies, but mainly foe, to settle in a new area. The land was initially allocated or agreed to by their Ngāti Tō Rangatira relations. Of course, there were expectations that Raukawa would hold the area to the north, which it did and continues to do today. Land retention would be through a number of factors, including kotahitanga and whanaungatanga. The internal whanaungatanga and kotahitanga ensured that they fought together as one whenever threatened or seeking utu. Their external connections to other powerful iwi were well known. To threaten the Raukawa could incite a reaction from their relations. This was demonstrated by Taonui of Maniapoto and Te Hiauhiau o Tūwharetoa when they arrived with their warriors to support Raukawa at the Battle of Hauwhenua. This was similar to when the Raukawa raised the Heke Karere to check on Te Rauparaha. Likewise, when the Raukawa sought retribution for the loss of Te Rua Maioro and others who were killed while trying to migrate to the south, they were supported by Ngāti Toa Rangatira and Te Atiawa. E hui hui ana mai o tātou wairua kia piri kia tata mai ki tā kuta matatu tanu ake kamaranga ke runga whitirere ki te ao tiro tiro kaua ua mehe wairua tua te tarihu tangai e ta mana wairaro kapakapa tuana ke runga ho mai amata kia haia ki taku kiri te rohanga mai e aku. Tamariki nei, Māori atura, e whero aku toto, aku tahe, aku paratapu, kia ki te mai koutou. Ko haura tēnā, e kimi ana i te ara i haere ai taku pokaita. Ki te tonga tēnā ka pai a ngā hiwi maunga kia nā tihau. Ko te rongo pai tēnā i a koutou. He rongo toa mai hau ana ki te tātu o te rangi te puta toro. Toa ka pehia mai e whanganui, he toa e whai atia ko te poti ki nā tū. Whakairi hau kia ta whakaputa te nānora na tamari. Toa nā raka mama o ke te rangi e haere anana mo tai tangatara. Takahi atura ngā tua onai kai matahi wira koto. Tinana i noho atu koto rongo i tuku mai wan. Mai runga o nā maunga tai rawa mai ki a hau e noho atu nei te kainga kia whakatau ki a hui konei. Au e tau kuri e. He waiatatangi, he taku wate, nā mātangi hauroa. Ko tai atu te kōrero ki te kāinga mo te parekura a te rua mai oroma. I tō rātou hekina mai ki te tonga. He mea waiata e waitangi, e mātangi ki a te whatenui, me te tono, te tumunaka nui, ma te whatenui, te parekura, o te rāna mate, o te rua mai oroma, e taki. So this is a lament by Mātangi Hauroa. It was also a request to Te Whatanui that he avenge the deaths of Te Rua Maioro and others who suffered a heavy loss on their migration to the south. As I said before the Waiata, the three iwi did rise up at a later time to seek redress. On Kapiti, Ngāti Toa had two houses that were named to commemorate the two parekura suffered, the two disasters that had befallen the iwi, the tragic loss of the children of Raha, and also the great misfortune suffered by Te Heke Maioro, Te Rua Maioro. The houses served as a daily reminder of the scores that needed to be settled. At the time of the migrations, Raukawa was an iwi accustomed to fighting together to protect themselves, to hold their lands, to maintain their mana, to seek utu, to support or dominate others. They would hold the new lands through whanaungatanga and kotahitanga, but it would be underpinned by strength, but also consideration. The submission will talk to the whanaungatanga and kotahitanga as it relates to the relationships of whakapapa within Ngāti Raukawa. The whakapapa shows that we are different, but there is still a unity. The intention is to provide the tribunal with an understanding of the relationships that existed prior and post-migration up until today. Within the whakapapa presented, the connections are the priority. The normal convention of showing the tuakana on the left of the line has been put to one side so the connections can be easily displayed. Likewise, there are many lines of descent associated with any one person, We've chosen those that illustrate best how we connect through whakapapa, marriage, or events. Alan, can you turn me on, please, Alan? As shown in Whakapapa 1, Raukawa and tō rangatira share the same common ancestry from Hoturoa. Hoturoa, Hotuopi, Hotumatapu, mō tai tangatarau, ue, rakamamao, kākati. At which point they separate. From Kākati and his wife, kura waka imua, o Aotearoa comes Tuhianga, hiki iho kia Pautama kia Mango, Ngāti Mango, Ngāti tō rangatira noho mai nei ki Muiria Hau. Kākati had another wife, Ururangi, hiki mai kura haupō waka. She was the mother of Tāwhao. Tāwhao married two sisters, Pūni Iatakore and Marutu Hiakina, both of whom bore him sons. It ended up that the younger sister gave birth before a tuakana, leading to an ongoing debate over which child was a tuakana and which was the taina. Tēnei te tuakana tuake nei. A competitive relationship encouraged by the mothers developed between the brothers Tūrongo and Whatihua. As young men, while Tūrongo was making preparations for his betrothed, his brother Whatihua purposefully provided advice and made arrangements that would serve to undermine the regard in which Tūrongo would be held by his intended bride, Rua Pūtahanga. He was so successful that the Ngāti Ruanui maiden forsook Tūrongo and married Whatihua instead. One day, Rua Pūtahanga became upset with the actions of her husband and left him, taking their youngest child, Unuki Tarangi Hoka, with her. When Whatihua discovered that his wife had left, he set off after her. Rua Pūtahanga was returning to her homelands via the coast when she turned and saw her husband. She stopped to dig a hole in the sand and then carefully placed their baby in it, forcing Whatihua to stop, retrieve and care for their child. At that time, Rua Pūtahanga had arrived at a bay called Rākei Matatani Wharau, where the tide was coming in. She swam across and from the other side, she called back to her husband, advising him to cease his chase, and that was mentioned in the very first waita that I sung this afternoon. E tamatu kino te whai muni iho ki a hau, ka tū tāua ka whai te tiro tō tūpuna Whatihua, ki mai rā meka, anei nā kupua Rua Pūtahanga, e hoki ko nā kāmate koe te whainga mai taku hika tau ke, ka tū nā tai o Rākau Matatani Wharau. Whatihua abandoned his chase and returned home. Apakura, his other wife, raised a child and hence the name was changed to Unuka Whāngai. Whakapapa 2 shows a hapu within the confederation that descend from Whatihua, but particularly Unuku Whāngai. Anea Whatihua, anea Unuku Whāngai. We have hapu of Ngāti Kauwhata at the marae of Kauwhata in Aorangi, Ngāti Henepare and Ngāti Tāhuri Wakanui, respectively, with Mania Ihu, te karaua nei, being the whare Aorangi. Ngāti Kauwhata had another marae, te iwa at Awahuri, but the house fell victim to a storm in the 1930s. The resident hapu of Tūroa moved in with their kin at the other marae. At Kuku, we have Ngāti Tūkorehe, Te Mateawa and Rangitāwhia, while at Manukau is Ngāti Wehi. At Otaki is Ngāti Koroki, one of the 3 hapu that reside at Raukawa marae, te marae matua o ngā iwi toru. Despite the competitive nature between Tūrongo and Whatihua, their descendants remained close. The daughter of Tūrongo, Rangitāiri, married Unuku Tūwhatu, ka heke a tū a tangiroa, nāna ko hune au paunamu, ka moi a reri ahu, ka puta ko Mania Poto, and his siblings. Important links can be seen I'll just dwell just a little bit further on that. From Maniapoto nāna ko te kawairirangi, nāna ko tūtanumia, ka moia tūtete taiho ake. From wehi, we can see those important links from tūtete, ka te married tūtanumia, ko tāna ko parikarewa, ka moia hai. Ta heki i o kia nā toko waru. They also, the next connection from is Maniahu, from Wehiwi, Maniahu, tamata wero nā kura tū, ka moia nā kura tū, ia te au tūiroro, ka puta ko te rāku mia, ka moia wera, ka puta ko te rauparaha. Kōwhatu, kōwhatu kātahi ko te pare kōwhatu, kātahi ko te rauparaha. And the last one that we have from Wehiwehi is haunuku. Ko tana tamahine a pare haunuku, ka moia tō rangatira, anei te iwi noho maine. From tūkora here, we have two whakarara, nāna ko Hene Tore, and Hene Tore married Huitao, who is a mokopuna of Takihuku. And they come down again, once again, down to Hai. Hai rao ko kapu. And ka horo te tini. But we'll come back to her later on. Tū whakarara also had a sister Pūnoke, and then down through there, Heke, you can see Te Rangi Whakaripa. He was one of the chiefs that brought Ngāti Tūkore to the south. The last one that we have there is Uhuwera, nāna ko Rauti, Heki iho kia koroki. Taku arara na tūrongo hiwa wai ki ta taira, whitiko mā hina rangi turura, I moia e Raukawa, he ara tau tika mai ki a hauē. A disconsolate tūrongo dismantled the whare that he had built for Ruapūtahanga and went to the east coast to seek the hand of the famed maiden Mahinarangi. At Kahotea, he found the object of his desire, and with his industrious labours soon being noticed, he proved successful in his quest, and they were wed. Their first child was the eponymous ancestor Raukawa, named after the perfume that his mother used during the courting. Raukawa married Tūrongohi, and they had three sons, Rereahu, Whakatere, Takihuku, the whakapākanga, or the Pōtiki, and Kurawari, the sister. Despite all being uri of Raukawa, it is said that the iwi of Ngāti Raukawa are those that descend from the whakapākanga, Takihuku, which is really this line that comes down through here, Takihuku. And I just want to indicate Maihi. The father of Maihi was Tamate Whana, and Tamate Whana was a brother of Tamate Hura. His father, Piputo, was a brother of Tamate Hura. So you can see that's another Raukawa line there. And Maihi actually had these two daughters, Pariunuora and Te Ruwai of Te Rangi. Within the Confederation, we have Hapu and Iwi, who descend from Whatihua, Tēnei taha. From Rereahu, that's your Maniapoto type lines. From Whakatere, and also from Takihiku. We also have a hapu from the eponymous ancestress, Waiwai of Ngāti Tūwhareto, which we'll see later. Ui ta maha o tōku whare ka whakarongaru aku tāringa ki te taunu mai a te tangat e kore au e aroi o ka whakamau atu ki oku kawe kei te hiri a mahuta ko Ngāti rangatahi matakore. Starting from the north, I will describe where the hapu and marae are located today. It is important to note that it may not reflect where the hapu were when they settled here, or prior to land sales or allocation of reserves, nor should infer that the area described is solely where their interests lie. Starting from the north at Kākāriki, we have our Ngāti Maniapoto whanaunga of Matakore and Rangatahi living together at Te Hiri Marae. Further down at Te Reo, Tokorangi, we are the people of Ngāti Pikiahu, and Ngāti Waiwai, which I'll talk to later on, at both the Paupata Te and Te Tikanga Marae. Today they're commonly called Ngāti Pikiahu Waiwai. Te Kuia Pare Wahawaha stands as a shelter for her people at Ohini Puiawe, while at Halcombe, her mokopuna Mano Mano does the same for her hapu at Taumata Te Rā Marae. Close to fielding, we'll have the two kauwhata marae that we've already talked about. Tūranga Waiwai for Ngāti Kauwhata, Hinipare, Tahuri Wakanui, and Ngāti Tūroa. Travelling south towards Foxton, we come to Ngāti Te Au. Ane. At Himatangi, while Ngāti Rākau, Rākau Paiwai, Ngāti Rākau, reside in Motuiti Marae. Inland at Shannon is Ngāti Whakatere, Te Ngāri o Tūrongo, standing on Whakawehi Marae. The descendants of his taina Takihuku reside with Ngāti Ngārongo at Kereru, Koputoroa. Ngāti Tūranga also reside in the Horowhenua district, and they'll provide their own kōrero when they present to the tribunal. Moving back towards State Highway 2 of the Ngāti Huia Marae, Matau, and standing across the road is Huia. Other marae o te Ngari o Huia are nearby at Raumātangi, is Pari Raukawa on Ngātoko Wariwa Marae. At Muhunoa is Ngāti Kikopiri, Kirunga Kikopiri Marae. And close by is Mahoi Nui, the kāinga of Ngāti Hikitanga prior to being displaced. We've already talked about Tūkorehe, at Kuku, and Ngāti Wehiwehi, at Manukau. Coming on to Otaki, we have Raukawa Marae with the three hapu, Ngāti Koroki, ane, Ngāti Maiotaki, e konei, and Ngāti Pare, the three resident hapu on the Raukawa Marae. Also in Otaki, at the Pau o Tainui, is Kapu, is Ngāti Kapu, while across on the other side, on the southern side of the Otaki River, is the last marae of the Confederation at Katihuku, the home of Ngāti Huia. Another one of the Huia hapu. The Raukawa tales of warfare began with the sons of Takihuku. When Parawhete, the wife of Wairangi, ran off to be with her illicit lover, her husband and his brothers followed to return her home. After the arrival at the enemy's pa, a word of caution was issued from Parawhete. Ia koe hare mai ai te raurau iti a haere, te noho atu ai te tokanga nui a noho. Why did you come with a small traveller's basket when you really should have stayed home with a large basket? This was just one of the matters that gave the brothers cause for concern. The brothers composed and performed a haka that lulled their would-be executioners, so they were able to strike first and defeat those who had planned to kill them. The brothers returned home victorious with their haka still being performed today. Ko te oio iarangi, ko te oio iarangi, hui ake, ko te oio iarangi, o iarangi.
Puhigura, puhigura, puhika, kaka, paka, paka, pika, pia. Huakina, huakina. Tahikari. Ui, taru ka wha. Mata, mata, ho pukia, ho mai rato, whiri ka hatoro ka. Kia wete, 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 wete. Arate, arata, arato. The brothers had a cousin, Korokore, the daughter
of Kurawari. And Wharerere. Wharerere was the grandson of the eponymous ancestor Haumia, with Haumia being the brother of Mango. We've already talked about Mango. When Korokore, Karaukore Rane, was killed by her husband, her brother Whaita called on his cousin to assist him in seeking revenge. The sons of Takihuka answered the call, along with, they're accompanied by their close relations to Korehe, and Pautu, the son of Whakatere. Together they avenged the death of Korokore, Karaukore Rane, albeit with their own losses. The people of Whaita and his cousins took over the lands of the defeated tribe, which they continue to occupy to this day. Part of that territory, called Te Pai o Raukawa, borders on the Ngāti Tūwharetoa domain. The neighbours were relationships inevitably developed, many close connections between the iwi that Raukawa were able to rely upon during the time of the migrations. Coming down from Tamatahura and Rongorito, ka moe a Tamatahura a Rongorito, Tuahine a Maniapoto, and then to Huitao, and as I talked about before, married Hene Tore, Mokopuna nā Tūkorehe. And then his daughter, Ka Horo Titini, and sons Haitapunui and Kapu. The tohunga and the warrior, Haitapunui and Kapu, the tohunga and the warrior. The fame of Kapu was sealed when he took retaliatory action to avenge the loss of the sons of two irirangi. And they are two irirangi, who had tried to avenge themselves the loss of Tuke Mata. They're actually two brothers, two sons of Te Kaua irirangi ka mate, ka tahi ka patua Tuke Mate Rawa ko te runga te rangi. But these two brothers were the brothers of the Tama Tuirirangi were out to avenge the mate of Tuke Mata. Unfortunately, they were killed, with only Tangaroa Kino escaping. When asked who would avenge the deaths of the brothers of Tangaroa Kino, it was Parekaro, the daughter of Tuke Mata, who foretold he iti nā mōtai, huri tama wāhine tēnā kai te rāwhiti, e taka ana māna e takahi te one I hākerekere. So as Kapu, come across the other side, with his warriors who travelled to the west to avenge their deaths. His brother Haitapunui, the tohunga, accompanied him on the expedition, but along the way his brother told him to return home. In the battles that followed, 7 tides were attacked, 7 pā fell. Haitapunui and Parekarewa had a son, Ngā Tokowari, who went on to become a warrior of renown. In one of his battles, Ngā Tokowari led a party that included 2 chiefs from Waikato. Before the battle, the pair received a calabash of food that had already been partaken of. One turned to the other to complain, "E hua, he papatakere." Upon hearing the criticism, Ngā Tokowari turned to them to say, "Riria, riria, māku e whakaki." The war party was successful in Ngā Tokowari, so he said, "Carry on battling and I will fill that calabash of food." Ngā Tokowari fulfilled his promise to fill the calabash by marrying his daughter, Tori Heikura, to Te Huaki. Later, Ngā Tokowari turned his attention towards increasing his territory until one day his party was defeated and he was captured. Knowing that his end was nigh, he asked his captors if he could have an audience with their great chief prior to his death. The wish was granted, but as Ngā Tokowari stepped close to the early high chief, he withdrew his dagger and killed him, at the same time exclaiming, "Ko te tete a Ngā Tokowari, tēnā e rangona, tēnā e rangona." He then smeared himself with the sacred blood of the high chief so that he would escape the fate of being consigned to an oven. Later, a mokopuna of Ngā Tokowari married the son of the great chief, Tāwhia ki te rangi nei, creating a connection. Tāwhia ki te rangi was the son of the great chief Te Putu, Nā rāua ko te ata rangikahu, ko tuata, nāna ko te rauanganga, nāna ko kingi pōtatau, kingi o te tika, heke, hiki iho kia kingi tuheitia pōtatau, te wherowhero, te tua whitu, te ara ki tamaroa i tau mai ki pautu, te rā hore ko hipa, kia tau nā menakitanga ki rungi a ki tōna whariariki, pai mariri. The descendants of Takihuku and Reriahu started close, an example being the marriage between Tamatahura and Rongorito, the youngest and cherished sister of Maniapoto. Within the Confederation are tūhapi that are often described as being a Ngāti Maniapoto, Ngāti Rangatahi and Ngāti Matakore. Matakore, a younger brother of Maniapoto, supported his tuakana in tribal matters and warfare. In recognition of his support, Maniapoto granted his brother control over a large estate. The eponymous ancestress, Rangatahi, was a grandchild of Maniapoto, but also kahiki iho ia Kinohaku. He also descended from the sister. It had been arranged that Wairangi, the son of Takihuku, was to marry Rangipare, daughter of Kinohaku. However, while Rangipare was travelling to the home of Wairangi, she met and then eloped with Tūtakamoana, the son of Maniapoto, who then went on to be the parents of Rangatahi. The jilted Wairangi was enraged. That's our Wairangi over here. And with the support of his whakatere whanaunga, massed against Maniapoto and his people. The hostility was the beginning of the separation of the descendants of Raukawa. It was during the battle that followed that Maniapoto uttered the warning words not to desecrate the area of his sister, Rongorito, kai hewa ki te marae o hine. This was a peaceful place. Warriors bearing arms, war parties were not allowed to cross the marae o hine. Te marae o hine was also the name of the Ngāti Matakore marae Kākāriki. A fire there in the 1960s destroyed the house. This led to them residing with the whanaunga of Ngāti Rangatahi at the Hiri Marae. Te Marae o Hine is also the name of the square in Palmerston North. A meeting of tribal elders from various iwi was convened in 1878 to discuss the naming of the area but could not come to an agreement. The involvement of the old Raukawa chief Mātene Te Whiwhi was sought, and it was he who proposed the name that it bears today. The ancestress, Rangatahi, married Maniauru Ahu. And one of their children, Tukawakai, was slain in battle by Tō Rangatira. The lines were later joined when it was arranged for the great-granddaughter of Tukawakai to marry the grandson of Tō Rangatira. This connection came about from the death of the Raukawa chief, Te Autūroro, kei konei, who was slain by another iwi. Raukawa tried more than once to avenge his death, but were unsuccessful each time. Finally, Karaua Puta enlisted the assistance of the Kāwhia chief, Marangai Pāroa, son of Tō Rangatira. Unfortunately, when he arrived with his men, which included his own sons, the small size of the force disappointed their Raukawa relations. They were not treated as well as they probably should have been. They marched to battle, and upon seeing the size of the enemy army, Raukawa became worried about their numbers, to which Marangai Pāroa responded, "He te paukapua, kangaro kahuna tini whetū ki te rangi." A fierce battle ensued with the forces of Marangai Pāroa leading the way to victory, and his sons Tūhaha and Te Haunga excelling on the battlefield. Raukawa saw that they had underestimated Marangai Pāroa and his warriors, and an effort to make amends and to acknowledge the efforts in avenging the death of Te Autūroro, Raukawa presented young women Te Kāhuirangi to Marangai Pāroa as a bride for Te Haunga. Kāhuirangi was an appropriate choice. Her father, Ue, who was the son of Tukawakai, had married Pari Huitao, a daughter of Ngā Tokowari and also the sister of Te Autūroro, the one who was slain. The marriage to Te Haunga created a connection between Rangatahi and Tōrangatira. That then led to other marriages that kept the tribes close together, notably the marriage of Te Rauparaha to Marore, his first wife. Marore was the mother of his children who were killed in the attempt on the life of Te Rauparaha that was described earlier by Ngāti Tōrangatira. It should be noted that Ngāti Rangatahi that migrated were often known as Ngāti Haunga, Te Haunga, the husband of Te Kāhuirangi. Therefore, we can say that for some whakapapa lines, they're synonymous. Ngāti Rangatahi and the Haunga. The people of the eponymous ancestor... Oh, taiho. Oh, yeah, let's see. The people of the eponymous ancestor whakatere stay close with their takihuku relations, both in location and battle. Their warriors were well regarded within the iwi, and at the Battle of Hauwhenua on the south side of the Otaki River, it was Ngāti Whakatere that carried the body of Pāpaka Te Ngairoa back to his brother Manunui. Taku tiro tiro noa, taku hono tātai ka wehe koe ia hau. Te murau a te tini, te wenarau a te mano. Taku manu ti ori ori, no ngā hau papangarua ki te tonga ko te tupe o tu ko te hau, te oro ka whakairi te toa, rangatu aturai. Ngāti tahatanga i roto paika, he kautere ngā nui, nā koutou nā taumata i te horo, e whakamakuru ana, ko ai tua tonu, ko tiki rawa ko te toa, ko whanai hurawa ko whanarae, ko te tama i a whitia, e te rawahine e te ratangata, e whakatutuki ana, i ngā wai te atu mātou e ngā taku whati ki ka riro, taku pōporo tu ki te hamuti, taku e whakatahe tahe ki te kauhanga riri, he riangatai, he rutunga patu nā koutou, ko tuna kana ki te one puru, wā taki nā tura, ai, kia whanai o ringa ringa, kia hokai ai o wai wā, ai haere rai pai, i ngā tai whakarewa kauri ki te uru, tūtanga ponoa, e roto i a hau, kei te hato hara, kei ngā ara taha nunui a tiki maero ero, kei te hato hara, kei ngā tūranga rau a te toa, kei ohianga, I tuku ai hoa e ka moe koe I te kino, te hoa e. I te mea kawe atu te tūpāpaka ki te aroaro o te tuakana mananui, I reira nā te whakatere ki te whakarongo ki te waitanei ka mautone nei ki ro te tiwi. Must be said that the relationship between Tū Wharetoa and Whakatere did not start off well. Pautu te rangi, the son of Whakatere, advised another iwi to kill a Tū Wharetoa chief, which they did. When retribution was sought, that advice cost Pautu his life. It was the death of Pautu that Te Ata Unu Tai. Oh, I'm sorry, I've got to come over here something. Yeah. It was the death of Pautu that he was seeking retribution for at the time. When he was in the district, he'd already killed the person responsible for the death and was taking the opportunity to battle other pa when he was wounded by a warrior from another pa that they had besieged. He decided to seek a peaceful resolution, which was sealed with the marriage of his daughter, Waitapu, to the warrior chief, Te Rangiita. And I roto I te waita tuatahi, I haere rā I te maunga rongo o te tūri āwhiro, nāna I atu a Parikawa. Their mātāmua was Parikawa, but she was followed by 3 sisters. Something that worried Te Rangiita, who'd been hoping for a son. They parted company with the Waitapu reminded him, kei te tūwhera tonu te awa ki nuku hau, meaning she was capable of producing more children. He did return, and then they had 4 sons who were prominent in their time within Tū Wharetoa. Unfortunately, others were not so happy with the peaceful pact, and later Te Ata Unu Tai was killed. His death then was avenged by Whiti Patoto, on the request and with the support of one of the sons of Waitapu and Te Rangiita. There are many connections that descend from the pair, including a mokopuna of Kapu, Paringawatea, who married Pakaketaiari, nā rāo ko Te Rangi Pūmamao, ka moi I a Parewahawa, ka Putaki, ka heke iho. Te whatanui and te hiuhiu had often supported each other on the battlefield. There's another hononga. Nā toko wari, ko huia nei, ka pote e pare unu ora, engari ko ka moi rā te rūwa o te rangi. Nāna ko rautau kura, heki iho ki a moiroro, and ki a rangi aho, that one there. So they were very close relations, te whatanui and te hiuhiu mananui. When te whatanui left for the south, he said to te hiuhiu, e hiu, kia kaha te manaaki, I era ka ngahoro mai ki waho taku kete. Te hiuhiu travelled south to support the Raukawa during the Battle of Hauwhenua. Later, he also sent an emissary to ask Te Whatanui to return to the north. In response, Te Whatanui composed a waiata that refuted the proposal. He wasn't going anywhere. Weko tuki no te tuku mai nei, e hara mai ana pēa ki te tiki mai rawaru. Kia whakakuri au, kia whakapai au he ka ewa he rauhara keke. Te ahua o taku ko iwi, papaki rawa iho ki te tau o taku a te hepo are tonu ana kei te tarawa. Putu koko he ruru tōna ka erai. Ko te kaera tēnā ihu ai te kitatanga o te taraki hi te waru. He haku ke te moana, ka peke te akaui. Tai rawa atu au ki te uri ura ki runga rirora ki te kainga. I pai ai e te kura ata unini. Koe ara nei e Ngāti Raukawa me hoki au ki maunga tautari. Ki te kāinga hoki i whakarere ana e tēnā kau. Me hoki ko muri au ki te whenua. Kia whakawai a mai au e te ruru. Rongo koro au e ko tukino te tuku mai nei, hara mai ana pē ki te tiki mai ira waru, kia whakakuri au, kia whakapai au he kai ewa ewa, he rauhara ke, te aho o taku ko iwi. Tukino, have you seen someone to treat me as Maui did to his brother-in-law, Ira Waru, turned into a dog who's returning home with his tail between his legs? Or am I to be accused of being a wanderer of no fixed abode, or compared to a flax leaf that yields when blown by the wind, instead of standing resolute? Te whatanui was resolute. He wasn't going anywhere. Coming back to whakatere. Uanuku Pukeahu, the son of Pautu Tarangi, is the eponymous ancestor of Ngāti Pukeahu. Ngāti Pukeahu were living with Ngāti Waiwai at Rotowaira prior to both hapu moving south to live at Otara. They were there for a few years before moving further south to finally settle into the area. The marriage of Ngāwaka, Pukeahu rangatira te huna of Ngāti Waiwai was a key relationship at that time, and there have been many since. The closeness of the tūhapu is reflected in the name Ngāti Pukeahu Waiwai that is often used by their descendants. Aroha mai. Engari ko Waiwai ka hiki pēnei mai. So her ancestress. So Waiwai was a female. She's the ancestress of the eponymous ancestress, sorry. Ngāti Waiwai, ka noho tahi a Pukeahu Waiwai. The Ngāti Huia name is carried by number hapu, so that others understand where they're from, that they are from different marae, they've added their locale. So we have Ngāti Huia ki Katihuku, Ngāti Huia ki Matau, and Ngāti Huia ki Parautawhao. There are 5 other hapu that stand under the banner of Ngāti Huia or Te Ngari o Huia. Ngāti Parewahua, Ngāti Manomano, Ngāti Pare Raukawa, Ngāti Kikopiri, Ngāti Hikitanga. It's probably no coincidence that Ngāti Huia holds the northern and southern boundaries or borders with a concentration in the middle that could quickly move either way to support as required. Huia, the eponymous ancestor, was a warrior who gained more fame than his elder brother, causing the tuakana to become jealous and bitter. Despite the negative antics of his tuakana, Huia maintained his mana, advising his brother, e kore taku tupu e heki a koe. When Huia was killed by another iwi, was left for Waihine Iti and Hape. They took on the task of seeking retribution and led war parties to assist other iwi. Waihine Iti o runga o te rangi tuku iho ki raro rā ka he o kōrero. Ki hai koe, warohia ki te taoro, aia kina ki te parawa. Kia whakatau ki aka te mamai au e taukuri e. Kau whatarau kawa e orana ki taha. Te mate ai. Te unuhanga manga i atua te taro te mara makawhati koe te aha. E te ika paunamu kaiwhe tō pāpā. Kai te inga, kai te mate, kai te whakapukinga o taurarua. I hora hia te takapau o te aroa. Whiua reretea e hape ki te tahoro tau takatoana. Waihine Iti was lost on an ill-fated expedition. Unfortunately, it was not due to battle, as a warrior of his standing would have wished. His loss is recounted in a mamai, part of which you just heard, a composition lamenting his death in which he is remembered as being of Kauwhata and Raukawa descent. Hape ki Tuarangi took over from his tuakana Waihine Iti to raise and lead war parties in the manner of his ancestors. The Ngāti Huia links to Waitohi and Te Rauparaha were central to the request and acquiescence of Raukawa moving to the south. As described earlier, Te Rauparaha had been the armed bearer of Hape ki Tuarangi. When Hape was on his deathbed, he asked those gathered who would take on his mantle. No one responded until Te Rauparaha spoke, saying, "E koro hari atu ki te pō, whangai na kōrero hoihua mōku." It was foretold that Te Rauparaha would rise to prominence. His father, Wera, travelled to Maunga Tautari to ask Karaua Puta for one of his daughters as a bride. Karaua Puta responded reluctantly, that he only had one daughter left, pare ko whatu. Ko tahi anaki te mea māhoi mai ki a hau, ko taku mōkai, he mea hari wai māku. However, he assured Wera that one of their children would grow up to be a taniwha. So whenever pare ko whatu gave birth, Wera would travel from Kāwhia to Maunga Tautari carrying the baby to Karaua Puta to ask whether the child was the one. It wasn't until their fifth child, Te Rauparaha, was born that Karaua Puta verified that indeed he was a taniwha that had been predicted. Despite Te Rauparaha claiming the position of Hape ki Tuarangi, his Raukawa relations retained their autonomy somewhat, and other chiefs rose to take on leadership roles within the iwi. Leaders such as Te Ahu Karamu, Taratoa, Te Whatanui and others emerged from Ngāti Huia, while other chiefs guided their own hapu. Te Whatanui led his people to the east in an effort to settle there. After experiencing the perils of living in an area surrounded by others without close support, he eventually moved to the south. Like his tūpuna, Te Whatanui was known to seek retribution through other parties, but also directly. Avenging the deaths of Te Momo Irawaru, he was killed over on the east coast, and Te Rua Maioro, it was spoken about before. He was also known for his consideration of others. He aided those who had helped his people. He actively protected those that others wanted to exterminate, and put his own life in danger by rowing between warring parties to bring a halt to hostilities. He followed the tikanga tatau pounamu, marrying his daughter to a chief from another iwi to seal the peace. Anei te hua noho mai nei. Within the iwi, there were other arranged marriages, moinga rangatira between the hapu of the Confederation, but also between the iwi and others in an attempt to maintain a peaceful balance. We have many uri that are a product of those marriages. Other chiefs of the Confederation were also known for their exercise of consideration or exercise of the tikanga that were designed to hold the peace. Rungoa whare, rungoa marae, where discussions were held and arrangements agreed upon to provide a peace and understanding that did not require assistance or intervention. Hapu will provide examples of those peaceful expressions of tikanga. There are other activities within the iwi that relied on and recognised the kotahitanga o te iwi, but also the waira te Atiawa, Raukawa and Tōrangatira of the Art Confederation. A Rangiatea Otaki, the Rangiatea Church in Otaki was built on the orders of Te Rauparaha. Tragically, after standing for over 140 years, it was lost to fire, but was later rebuilt. Also in Otaki is the Otaki Racing Club, the last active Māori racing club. We have Raukawa Marae with trustees from the three iwi of the Art Confederation. It was these trustees that in 1975 approved the initiation of Whakatūporanga Ruamano, Tōna Meri Panum, e takoto mai nei. Which is an iwi development that included language revitalisation. This iwi development led to Te Wānanga Raukawa being established for the Art Confederation. Otaki Porirua Trust Board is another Confederation organisation that assists whānau with education scholarships. The last iwi-driven venture was Te Runanga Raukawa, which has seats for all hapu of Raukawa Confederation, a branch of which is the Raukawa Whānau Order. In summary, we are an iwi with shared experiences and whakapapa that connected us prior to moving, with whakapapa leading to the move, settling and holding of the area allocated. Whanaungatanga, external and internal, as well as kotaitanga has helped us to hold the area in the manner expected. We were an iwi accustomed to fighting to maintain mana, to seek utu, to support or dominate others. We also arranged marriages to initiate and hold the peace, arranged agreements using tikanga Māori. Our actions were underpinned by strength, but also consideration. We are Ngāti Raukawa, Confederation of Independent and Interdependent hapu and iwi. Tēnā koutou.
Well, that was extremely powerful, and I just want to note the waiata that was singing, were sung. We have a copy of Te Ahu Karumu's book, Charles Royal.
Right.
And we found some of the waiata in here because the words are really important, but not all of them. So I was wondering whether or not we could get copies of the words of each of those waiata and the haka that was performed. Would we be able to do that?
Yep.
I also note that the text that you were reading from was different from the text that was filed.
Yep.
So could we get...
Yeah, pakurere ki tanga, yeah. And I'll send you the updated version.
Yes, thank you. All right. So do you have any questions? The whakapapa you were going to ask about?
Well, the whakapapa, that was very, very helpful, and we can see how, as you say, how closely connected everybody is, but distinct. But in order for us to understand this, when we read again, we're going to need the whakapapa. Will it be made available to us?
I think we've already filed it with you. So we've filed it with you, but I must note that it differs slightly from what I've presented today. So I will file an updated version. So yeah.
We didn't get it.
But please note there will be an updated version coming.
Kia ora.
I just wanted to thank you very much for your evidence. And are you going to be coming back in later hearings?
I think I might be.
Good. I have more questions for you then. Thank you.
Well, thank you again. And as everybody said, it's extremely helpful, and we're going to be able to use this whakapapa in particular and the words of these waiata and the stories that were told throughout the next few weeks while we are listening to the claims of the hapu as they present.
Tēnā koe.
Kia ora.
Nunu mi akene ka oki mai oki koe ki ko nei taua mai hoi te whare whakaro I hoi te kauai anō me whai ki te ara e mani hoki koe e taia te hoka hoka e taia te whana whana te whare I hoi ai tuku atu pēr he maka kai rau aura ki rau atu ka whiti he tauke. I just want to add that was a composition by Te Whatanui, who became a little bit worried after he'd sent his daughter off as part of the tatau pounamu. And ki roto nei ka whakapua ki huahua haere I ona whakaora. Tēnā koe te.
Tēnā koe. Just before you step down, I wonder, was there anything further you wanted to say in respect of the taonga? Okay.
Okay. Put some glasses there.
Takehia atu rā, tawhiti nui, tawhiti pāmama. Takehia mai rā, kumea mai rā, tō waka e ngā heke o Raukawa e. Tēnei te mihi kia koutou, o te traipunara, kai whakawa tēnā koutou. Tēnā tātou e huihui mai tēnei wā ki te whakarongo ki inei kōrero o ngai mātou, ngā kai hitori, ngā kai kōrero tuku iho, tēnā tātou. I want to start by saying that I'm not going to read from my notes because they're too short. Not unlike the speaker. I just wanted to start by introducing two elements to this kōrero today. One, that it's based on ongoing research, and by that I mean this has been a journey for our Raukawa people to put together our stories, and in particular this area of ngā heke. There's a lot to be gained from the many writers and tupuna who have given their own accounts of the heke. And what we've tried to do is pull them together so it can embellish our kōrero. And as Kahu and Gerald have done, they've begun talking about those heke that have taken place that have related to Ngāti Tō and the first lot of heke that came down here. When we started this journey under Wai2200, our Ngāti Raukawa comprehensive claim, we put together a number of principles, and they very closely relate to the principles that I think our tupuna encompassed in their tikanga and the kaupapa of why they came down here to the Manawatu, Horowhenua, Kapiti area. The first principle was kotahitanga, and it's something that we aspire to, and there's been some kōrero today on the marae about that particular principle. And it was decided that under the kotahitanga and the tono of Te Rauparaha, all our various hapu and iwi came south. The next principle is called whakauru or haumi. And it's a principle we often talk about in this area that talks about the confederation of our three iwi. That includes Ngāti Tō and Te Aotearoa ki whakarongotai, but also the alliance between all the hapu and iwi in this area. And as Gerald has pointed out, some of those examples of work around the Otaki Māori Racing Club, Rangiatea and Raukawa Marae represent that alliance, the whakauru, the haumi. In putting together the principles for the Wai113 Forum, we talked about inclusiveness. And in that way, we know that we don't necessarily speak for all the hapu can speak for themselves. And there's a principle called whakamana ngā whānau, ngā hapu, ngā iwi. And that particular principle is based around the fact that all the hapu get to speak for themselves. That's the reason why we are appearing here in front of the tribunal. Instead of going to direct negotiations with the Crown, our iwi chose to come here. And it's probably that principle that began the journeys of our tūpuna, where they lived along the Waikato River, where we were part of the notion he piko, he taniwha. So each hapu has its story. We have our own place, our own bend on the river in which to contribute our part of the story to the total story of our confederation, of Ngāti Raukawa ki tai. So Gerald talked about some of the names that are used for our iwi. We are Ngāti Raukawa ki tai. Our whanaunga who remained or returned to the South Waikato area are Ngāti Raukawa ki uta. This particular story and the way we're going to tell it is extremely complex. It's complex because there are many strands to the kōrero. During a very topsy-turvy time, our tūpuna came south. And it's worth saying again that our people didn't take a step back. So if they were put into the situation where we had to fight, our tūpuna fought. And so I wanted to say, as a way of introducing these maps and these kōrero, that there are many heke and journeys of our people. And the historians over the years have tried to reduce it down to 3 or 4, but there are many. And we hope to demonstrate part of that story. So Kahu began by talking about the heke tahu tahu ahi. And included in that heke, from the Raukawa point of view, Ngāti Pare Kōwhatu. Also ngā uri o Te Ako. So they had a karangarua and they went under the mana o Te Raupraha e Ngāti Toa. They came to this area. Now it's interesting to find that the name Ngāti Pare Kōwhatu still is recorded in many of the accounts in the South Waikato area. So it must have been a name that was used by the descendants prior to coming to this area. And Ngāti Pare Kōwhatu are still recognised as being traditional owners, along with 3 other hapu of Raukawa in Lake Korewhenua. So the second part of the heke that you see on that map is called Heke Tātara Moa. And that's where the 2 heke came together, one around the coast of Taranaki and the other one directly to the east of Maunga Taranaki. They came down the coast because they acquired a number of waka and came to the Manawatu River, where one of the first conflicts took place. And it was the fact that some of those waka were stolen and they chased the people up the river to get their waka back. And a particular story that is noted in relation to that is how Nohurua, the older brother of Te Raupraha, took utu to a certain limit for that transgression against Ngāti Toa. Then we have another heke that came down through Taranaki called Te Heke Niho Puta. And that particular heke was joined by Ngāti Whakatere and Ngāti Rangatahi. Certain sections of both those iwi. They joined the heke coming south from an area that's in the north that belongs to the iwi o Ngāti Tama. So that heke was joined by a tūpuna called Tāwhiri. He's the father of Ruta Tāwhiri, the wife of Tamihana Te Raupraha. So both those iwi joined in that heke, and they came down the Orua River when they got to the Manawatu, and took a pā called Oraua Pā. And a tūpuna called Te Rangihiwi Nui was killed there. And it is believed that that's where Major Kemp got his name from, in order to remember what took place. Right, the next slide, if we want to flick to that. Okay.
So you called the second slide Te Heke Neho Puta, which is a term that I've heard before in this inquiry district, but your slide calls it Te Heke a Tāwhiri?
Yes, and that's because Ngāti Whakatere joined that particular heke at Poki Aruhe in North Taranaki. So there was a particular arm of Ngāti Whakatere that came down the western side of Lake Taupo. They could have very well gone to Rotoaira, and it could be very well a part of the story of the killing of Te Wharerangi. But what needs to be pointed out, that they didn't get too far down the Wanganui River before they came under siege. So that's how those two heke join up. Right, next map. Okay. Te heke karere, led by Te Ahu Karamu. And this particular heke has already been noted in the kōrero of my two relatives, and they have pointed to the fact that it was a reconnaissance and a heke that looked at obtaining guns and ammunition. There was an earlier excursion down to Kapiti, and that was taken by Te Whatanui and Taratoa. But this particular one, Te Heke Karere, was led by Te Ahu Karamu. And what we can ascertain is that it came down through the middle of the island, and they chose to come down the Whangaihu River and across down to the Rangitike. So it was probably State Highway 1 that they linked into. Still the heke, the path that many of our people take when they're travelling to Waikato. Then on the next slide is the heke Whirinui, I hope. Yep. Again, led by Te Ahu Karamu. But there you will see that there were different paths taken once they got down to the Rangitike. Ngāti Kaupata in particular came down the Roa River, where many prisoners were taken. And that began up in the Whangaiuhu area, right down to the Rangitike. They went to a pā called Tūwhakatupua, which is associated with the Tūwhakatupua block, where two Rangitāne chiefs, Pero and Kaihunu, were killed. The Kaihunu blocks that run north of Shannon and south of Tokomaru are named after that tupuna. And it's probably because our people wish to remember the tupuna that was killed there. There was a hapu of Rangitāne called Ngāti Tūtairo. They fought in battle and were moved out, and they went to live with their relatives in the Te Ahua Tūranga area. Then the next heke. Te heke Karere Tahi, led by Nipia Tarato. Again, took prisoners coming through the Rangitike, but they seem to have come down the coastal way. And on the Rangitike River are two names, Pairoa and Potu. And according to the accounts of that particular heke, that was the place that the Rangitike River was crossed. So we have some idea of the places where people crossed the rivers, particularly those that couldn't be crossed too easily. They go down to Te Awaho, Foxton today, cross the river like the other heke did to Matakarapa, and followed the coast down to Otaki. Stage a canoe ride across to Kapiti, where they go to pay their respects to Ngāti Toa and Tarauparaha, as the most of the heke. Now comes the complicated area. Hopefully those were easier to understand. But there's a kōrero that we have for Te Heke Mairaro. And for most of us, we understand that, as mentioned before, that Te Heke Mairaro came through Hawke's Bay. But there were other elements to Te Heke Mairaro. Once Ngāti Raukawa came down to Rotoa Tara, which is in the central Hawke's Bay area, they were besieged on an island called Rotoa Tara, in the middle of the lake by the same name. And it was after being there for 2 years, 2 seasons, I think they recorded as. And Ngāti Te Whāti Apiti returned with their close friends of Ngāpuhi under Te Wera Hauraki, and they were heavily armed, so our people in the pā were put under great scrutiny and were challenged to return back to Waikato. Some of our people took that option, namely 2 chiefs led a heke back to Waikato, and their names were Te Aokatoa and Tongariro. They belong to Ngāti Takiku, Ngāti Kiri Upoko Iti. Some of them also belong to Ngāti Wairangi from the northern Taupo area, and they decided to return back to the South Waikato area. And that left a smaller group to run the gauntlet after the siege. One group decided to go with Ngāi Upukoiri over the Ruahine Ranges. The other group came south into another section of Rangitane that live in the Tamaki Nui Arua area. And they stopped at a place that was known as the kāinga of Ngāti Parakiori. So you'll see in my evidence we've misspelt the name. But we will correct that and send it in to correct the record. And the chief of Ngāti Parakiori at the time was one man named as Te Ropiha. And he established a peace-making between Ngāti Raukawa and Rangitane, and many of the people, particularly from the Himatangi block and the Ropiha family in particular, are descendants of that peacemaking. On the other hand, when they moved further south towards Dannevirke and Woodville, they ran into another hapu, and that weren't so hospitable, and they caught one of the chiefs of the hapu there. Ngārara was his name, and he was consigned to the hangi, or the umu, and based on that kōrero, the hapu took the name Ngāti Pakapaka. And the descendants of Ngāti Pakapaka are still part of our iwi today. So the peacemaking must have taken place after the fighting took place. So we have a number of families that belong in the Dannevirke area that are very closely related to us, and vice versa at Motuiti Marae on the Himatangi block. I think I've covered what I could on that one. Next one, please. This is where it starts getting complicated, and Te Heke Maioro has already been mentioned too, but it needs to be said that a large portion of that heke that was trying to come down the Wanganui River were decimated, and those survivors were taken by Te Whatanui back over to Hawke's Bay, and some of them may have come down through the centre of the island as well. I've got the lines on the map showing two different arrows pointing in two different directions for that reason. So Te Whatanui rescued those people, the survivors on that heke. And a lot of the descendants in Otaki and amongst us are descendants of those who survived coming down the Wanganui River. Right. I think I'm just about getting to the end of the maps. There you see a composite of how complicated it could be. Not one story, but many stories. And just to complicate the story even more, if you have the opportunity to read the Waikato Minute Books, number 8, page 182, you will see the account of one rangatira of Ngāti Huia. His name is Te Wera Mahuta, and he gives the account, or his nephew gives the account on his behalf, of several heke. So we will supply you with a copy of that script. It was later recorded by Joanna Simmons, one of our hunanga from Ngāti Huri, in her thesis, and we can give you a copy of that. But also in Phillips's Ngā Tohu o Tainui. And we have a copy of that if the tribunal doesn't have that as well. So a lot of the places...
Yes, we would like copies of all of those.
Cool. What you gain from reading those publications is that the return of Ngāti Maihi, Ngāti Mutu, Ngāti Ataotu, Ngāti Huri is seen in the landscape down here, because those hapu don't register within our hapu down here. So they came south with Te Wera Mahuta, but they all returned back to the Waikato area. And so you've got a toing and froing, if that's the right way to explain it, between a number of hapu that went backwards and forwards. There was the return of Ngāti Takiku and others with Te Ao Katoa and Tongariro, but also the return of some of Ngāti Tūkorehe and Ngāti Tukohera with others after the Battle of Hauwhenua. Many of the hapu went as far as that area just north of Taupo, particularly around the western shores of Lake Taupo, where some of our tupuna are still buried in caves, and to an area called Te Tatua. And you'll see on that map, Te Tatua is just north of Taupo, and that was the staging place after leaving the Maunga Tautari district. So many of the hapu went there. I've been there today. I've been there in the past, and today it's covered in pine forests, so it's very difficult to find. As are many of those places on that map. We've tried to go there, and it's difficult to understand how our tupuna lived in those areas. But they've been recorded in different publications.
That might be a good place to stop here at Te Kinahi for afternoon tea.
Yep.
Okay.
Kia ora.
So it's 3:33 at the moment, so back here by 10:02. 4.
Ki marae, ka inga e ra, kei whea koutou e ngā rone e te iwi e ra, taku aroha ki ngā tai e rue e ra, e i te mai ki te iwi e nguru noa nei e ra. 10-2.
So we're going to take a 20-minute adjournment. Thank you.
Oh, no, you're right. She's gone to check.
I just restarted. Could you can go to yeah, I've just used web, which is not fun.
But you still got to
Yeah, I still got the web now. Once I restarted. Yeah. Yeah, it's going on good. To be fair, I haven't really. I haven't been getting great together.
She with us tomorrow, it'll be. going now?
I'm just going to get a drink.
Yeah, cup of tea. I reckon it's the same issue for ages. Just to let you know, I'm in the middle of hearing and we're going to go back. I've repeatedly made queries about my being slow and clunky, and it seems like twice there's been an issue that I've shut it down, but it's not shutting down. And I think that's continuing to happen. It's not okay. What time are you guys open till tonight? What time does the OT park open till tonight? Can I just give you my laptop number quickly? MOJ184683. No, it's shutting down. It's just not shutting down from your end. So
socially. Ko laki tōku ingoa. Tēnā koe mai te taha o Wairua Donna. I was just wondering, I was just speaking to Dr. Hu. He said he had put through his responses to Penega Batu.
Can you just see though? Can you just check please to see if it's been shut down so that I know whether
I
that's
don't
the
remember them
problem or
coming
not?
out again. I thought of all the people who might
I've got
have
2
the
minutes.
memory to spot that.
And I need to pull documents out from the Ministry of Justice. I just need you to check to see if when the last time it shut down according to when you checked the diagnostics, because I shut it down at the time, but it's not.
That's right. Yeah, maybe. But when did they come through? No idea. Yeah, because our question was
Not
what are
during
your
the
responses to these 2 big documents?
It's going from
Who was
9 to 6.
Yeah, it's on through.
I try to get this sorted out. If you have a look at all those tickets that I'm on.
I'm just wondering whether he's having a spectator. I'm not sure. I think he was in the last couple of days.
So I can see my issue. Can you see how what's been a problem, how it's been showing up in the same examination, but it has been? How do I fix that? No, we're in fielding for the in the middle. And I can't get internet notes to hotel.
To find out so much infrastructure, At least it's a short summary. Yeah. Although if it's just his, if it's just the written version of the answer, he's going to
Can
go
you ask them that obviously I've got my phone on silent so I'm recording. But can I give you my cell
Yes, you
phone
have.
number? Can you ask them to text me, like, and how I can get in touch with them? 0277 873 051. Okay, and if you could give them my cell phone number and ask them to text me and give me some contact details where I can maybe get in at lunchtime or something tomorrow and then get this sorted.
just while you're all coming in, apparently this is being live streamed out. People have been watching it, and we're just going to see if we can. Donna's going to see if it continues on past today, so that if anyone is unable to make a day, you won't miss out. You can just watch it from home. So that's just for you to know. Kia ora. Alan and them.
Can I ask how many people are actually accessing it?
Kia ora no tātou katoa. We'll start again. Me tīmata tātou. Te kēnehi, we have one question from Dr. Grant Phillipson. Or are you continuing?
No, I've just got questions and I've got the answers. Because you don't know that.
And you're going to tell us about the taonga as well,
Yes.
aren't you? Yes. Dr. Phillipson?
Tēnā koe te kenehi. Thank you for your evidence. I just have one question. You mentioned Te Upoko Eri, and they feature a great deal in the research reports. And I thought, since you mentioned them briefly and that there was a relationship there, I think that if you could explain who they are and how they come into this district.
If you go to Omahu, the people there, Ngai Upoko Iri, they also have other hapu names that are associated with them. But Renata Kawepo was their leader in times after all these heke. Renata's brother, Te Wanako, he travelled with Ngāti Raukawa down to the Manawatu area, and he built a pā at Massey University, just below on the flats, at Turitea. And when Te Wanako died and Renata was freed from Ngāpuhi, he came back with, I'm going to get this right, Cleanso. And he came back to his people. He travelled through from Hawke's Bay to find his people, who were all living in around Palmerston North area. But they also live with Ngāti Raukawa at Te Rewarewa, which is where the Tūrongo Church stood. The church is later taken to Poutu Marae, so they could look after it. But there's a little block there at Motua, and Ngai Upoko Iri live there too. They're also known as Te Pane Iri.
Oh, right. Okay, that's very helpful, because I was very confused as to how they were claiming rights in the Rangatike Manawatu purchase, and that's very helpful.
They gave them all up for Ngāti Raukawa.
Ah, right. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you for that. And the taonga?
Yeah, you've got several taonga there. One of them is a mere pakohe, and it's called whakamana. It's to remind us to be mana enhancing. So it belongs to the kaupapa of Whakatupu Rangarua Mano, and if you know the many sayings of our karaua, our rangatira whatarangi winiata, that has that name, and it means the whakamana ngā kōrero o ngā hapu o ngā iwi. And it was purposely brought here because we have been asked to make sure that we are advancing the kōrero for all the hapu and all the iwi within our people. The other ones are kuia of mine because they represent kōrero for our tupuna kuia. And we quite often talk about heke, and they forget about all the women that gave birth to children and carried their children all the way from South Waikato to here. And so Hini brought her tupuna kuia, Meretini, te akau, and I brought along Akani, Teira, and her mother, Apirira Renata Tarohiroi. And that's the reason, so we got some balance. And the other, yep.
Can I just some clarity? Is the mere whakamana the pounamu?
No, it's a mere Pakohe, and it's Pakohe is argillite.
Oh, okay, mere Pako.
Sorry, is that on? Yep. It's not made of pounamu, it's made of Pakohe.
Okay.
And for those who are museumologists, they will know that all the mere around the world that are of a black kind were being manufactured well before you had pounamu. There you are. Tua. Oh. Oh, you want to do that? You want to do that? I just wanted to finish my part, and then Gerald's got another kōrero for the taonga here as well. There's a photo here of one of our tupuna, Hokowhitu McGregor, Makareka. And the reason why we brought his photo along, like many of the waiata that record the connections from Waikato to here, he was a part of a carving school that carved a whole series of meeting houses between this rohe and Waikato. And three in particular, Hotu Roa at Aotearoa Pā on the Wharipuhunga block, Whiti Kaupeka, which is at Mōwhango, just north of Taihape, and Te Tikanga, which is just down the road here, Tokorangi. They were the first three of the reconstituted carving school. And that carving school was given the mandate by King Tawhio to carve these houses to make sure that our people had all these places to stay along the way. And so there's a whole number of houses that record a journey of heke to and fro from the Waikato area. So that's why Hokowhitu is there. And that's me. Someone else speaking to the other one?
I would have preferred that somebody from the Wānanga had spoken for the large Meripo number. Koe no, ko te tuara nui tēnei. Hangai ana ki te kōlo. Mō tērā o nā tūpuna te ahu karamu, me tāna tuara nui. Engari he mea hō mai e te hoatu e nā trustees o Raukawa, te marae o Raukawa ki a whata. Hei toho i nā mahi.
Yes, nearly finished. What about the mere pounamu? Whalebone.
Ke konea parewa. Ke konea parewaha, mā rātu ke kōrero mai. Parewaha? Ko te kuia, e kuia.
Tēnā koutou, Robbie Richardson, Wai2200 alternate claimant for Pariwaha Waha. The Patu Parawa is named Pariwaha Waha, and that particular Patu Parawa is our connection to Ngāti Tūwharetoa. So that one comes in through there. Kia ora tātou.
Ngā mihi. Thank you. Thank you, all of you.
If I may, yes. Earlier I mentioned that when Gerald Twomey began his presentation, I said it was one that could not be stopped. Once it began, it had to be allowed to run. This presentation is the opposite. At an appropriate point, like 5 o'clock, we can stop it if necessary, and that is what you wish.
We do not need him to stop. We would like you to finish your statement today. Thank you. Kei te pai ki a koe e tā.
Kei te pai ki au. Kei te pai
Tēnei
tērā.
te mihi ati ki a koe.
Ai.
Hoki mai ki tō rōpū.
Atu me te tau i mahi atu ki a koutou o te tepu. Mea ngā kai āwhina, ke muri a koe, ke muri a koutou. A tēnā koutou te krauna, tēnā koutou. Ngā te kaupata raurau. Ngā te Raukawa, tēnā koutou, tēnā tātou. Just the 4 points at the beginning. All of these papers that you have heard today, and including this one, were read at a hui last week. And we thought that that would be a final, but some people came up with some amendments. So what I have done is I have put all the amendments down on a piece of paper, reference to the paragraph to which they relate to, and that is now about to be passed out to you by the lady who said you can stop me anytime you like. And there will be copies for council as well. I point out that to save time, I'm going to omit parts of this paper. And what you said to a previous speaker was that there's a difference between your paper and what that speaker read. The same will happen here, but I ask you to take the parts that are omitted as having been read and the written material with the written amendments to be the copy. I just point out, because of some matters that have been raised, just by way of an explanation, that the first iteration of this paper was made 7 months ago in July, and it's been to several huiaiwi in order to get some feedback on it. And the other matter is that although I am going to omit parts, I still need to keep it reasonably full, because there are people who are hearing this by live streaming and who wanted to find out what their claims are supposed to be. So I am speaking for the Wai2200 Claims Forum. Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Kaupata and Reuro of the North have 6, that's the First Amendment, 6 main claims. They concern: 1, the purchase of the Awaho and Rangitike Manawatu blocks; 2, the Native Land Court decision of 1869; 3, the Native Land Act's reforms; 4, the reserves; 5, the collapsing of the Papakainga; and 6, which is new, claims to Maunga Tautari. At 1940, 100 years after the treaty, and also the year of my birth, there was etched on our elders' minds a broad picture of the government's deceit in buying the massive Rangitike Manawatu block. It was some 240,000 acres, running from just north of Foxton to the hills beyond Kimbolton. Equally on their minds was the decision of the Native Land Court, which backed the government's view and gave our land effectively for European settlement. The size of the block is not easily comprehended, but when you left Foxton and drove to Hatopaura, if you came that way, for the whole of that journey you were on that land, and you still have a way to go to get to the end of it. My grandfather, Honi Meihana Tarama Apakura, was on the board of Maori Affairs. After university, he worked as a Native Land Court clerk and interpreter. The 1869 Native Land Court decision was still notorious in his time. His brief description of the wrong that was done through that court was part of the mix of things that led me to accept appointment as a judge of that court in 1974. His view was that if you can't get rid of it, then you should at least change it. We've been successful, I think, in changing it. I was the first Māori, of course, to go into that court. I have now a strong feeling about the fact that for the first time in my 80 years, it is only now that our people can confront the case that blighted their chances of economic success in the new economy. I believe it was one of the greatest injustices inflicted on Maori people anywhere, matching the confiscations in severity because of the level of deceit in both the purchase and the judgment. The Forum's position is that the land here was acquired by the government without the agreement of the hapu who possessed it. As to how this happened, our argument will be that our people were twice defrauded. We were defrauded once by the government when it claimed to have purchased the land, and once by the government's own creation, the Native Land Court, which controversially concluded that we were not the true owners. Our case will be that the sale deed was a fraud. In form it was a contract, but in substance it was a taking without a proper consent, creating a fictional ownership to get around the opposition of the hapu leaders and adopting confiscation practices from Taranaki to gain the maximum land with minimum reserves. We believe the level of deceit was such as to make this the most dishonest Crown purchase of Maori land on record. The Native Land Court came in to back up the government's purchase. The decision, we will contend, was a contrived and dishonest concoction, and it was assisted by a government that should not have been involved in the proceedings. We submit that to properly fulfill its purpose, the tribunal should expose the decision for what it was, an imposition by the government on a court that the government itself had created and appointed, and a pandering by the court to the government. To respond to the government's purchase, the paper Te Pene Raupatu has been filed. To respond to the court's decision, the Rangimārie narrative has been filed. As we don't have our own technical advisors, we have submitted these statements to the historic technical witnesses for their advice before a final version is put in. To explain this another way, it's common practice that when you have expert witnesses and you present evidence that contains material that's not with the technical witnesses, that you should have given them the opportunity to comment before you put your material up. That is the reason why we've put that material up at this stage. If there's anything wrong in it, they will have the opportunity to point that out to us. Can I just, while mentioning the technical witnesses, Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Kauwhata Raurau, we would like to thank the Crown Forestry Rental Trust for the enormous assistance it has given in allowing all that to develop, and for the maps that have been handed out today, and the Tribunal for making Terry Hearn available for us as well. Sorry, Dr. Hearn. We acknowledge all our elders. Oh, sorry. We are especially grateful to the Tribunal. It has been 150 years since the court decision, 45 years since the Tribunal was founded, 35 years since historic claims were allowed for, and 30 years since our claim, Wai2200, was filed. You have almost covered the country since then. And we are grateful that you have somehow managed to hang on. We cannot stress enough how important it is for us now that the voice of Ngāti Raukawa is heard. I was privy to the drafting of your act and to how Minister Matu Rata had to fight with Minister Martin Finlay QC to get the restriction on legal attendances into the second schedule. Rata's point was that the important voices to be heard were the voices of the people and their technical advisors, and that would mean a constraint on legal intervention. I ask that the Tribunal then takes as read paragraph 16 and to replace that with the insertion at the end of that paragraph that is before you, which is done in the interests of time. As I've said, we cannot stress enough how important it is for us that our voice is heard after 30 years since the claim was filed. We have been patient. When Muapoko asked to go first, we agreed. After all, they were here before us. Ngāti Apa have settled. They were here before us. Rangitani have settled. We waited till all of those things were done. We did not intervene on any of their stories. We ask the same now of them, that we are left free to present our case as Your Honour has already directed. At paragraph 17 we explain that we use the term Ngāti Raukawa to refer to two things. First, the tribe of that name, and then the confederation of that name. Ngāti Raukawa, as Mr. Twini has explained, is a confederation of several hapu who come from diverse places, including Te Arawa, Maniapoto, Tuwharetoa. And I'd like to pick up on the closing words of what Mr. Twini had to say when he described Ngāti Raukawa as a confederation of independent and interdependent people. And I ask that we keep those wise words in mind, independent and interdependent. I explained too that when we use the term Kapiti Coast, we use it in the way that it used to be used in the old days as running from Whangaehu right down to Cook Strait. Today it refers to a place somewhere around Paraparaumu. It used to be much bigger than that. I'm at now paragraph 19. The hapu wish to address important social and economic issues as well, but they will do so separately. This statement concerns the common issues about the land. One reason for the priority that we give to land is that land loss was the greatest concern for our old people. And it is really for them that we bring this claim. Another reason for the emphasis on land, which is very important for negotiations, is that in settling the compensation, the government gives most weight to land loss and the relative seriousness of that loss. So, if I go to footnote 2, it's page 89 of the Office of Treaty Settlements Handbook. It says, in deciding how much to offer, the Crown mainly takes into account the amount of land loss to the claimant group through the breaches of the Crown's breaches of the treaty and its principles, and the relative seriousness of the breaches involved. Next to land is probably the loss of customary authority over the waterways. For the settlers, the waterways were simply ancillary to land, land being the primary food resource. For Māori, the waterways were the primary food resource, and the hapu held the land and waterways in exactly the same way as you hold the land, simply as territory. On the environmental side, the tribunal might note the significant difference between the coastal plains and the interior. The coastal plains were largely open country. The interior Oroua Valley was heavily forested and intersected by major swamps and was more sparsely occupied prior to the Ngāti Raukawa migrations. As I have mentioned, on the forum's motion, the Tribunal has directed a progression of the claims from north to south. The Northern District means north of the Manawatu River from its mouth to the southern boundary of the Kaihinu block shortly below Shannon, and that's shown in map A. Now, I'm hoping that the Tribunal does have the maps with them that go with this. You do have that, thank you. The reason is again that the elders who lived within living memory knew only too well of the big land purchases of the north that didn't happen in the south, and which all happened before the government turned its attention to the south. This big land buying program, as we see it, began in Whanganui. It then moved down the coast to Turakina. This is the next big purchase. And from there into Manawatu with the Te Awaho block around Foxton. And then the Ahuaturanga purchase, which includes what is now Palmerston North. The massive Rangitike Manawatu block came last. It was the last block in the country, I believe, to be purchased by the government under the old system of Crown preemption. By then, the buying was mixed up with the events of the New Zealand wars and some aggressive attacks on Ngāti Raukawa by other tribes who were fighting for the Crown. Can I just say, by way of explanation, I'm not wanting to be critical of those other tribes, and that I personally belong to both sides. We were fighting on both sides of that war. These attacks on Ngāti Raukawa began in the north and were then repeated in the south when the government moved down there. So to analyse the southern events in proper context, one must understand the flow of events from north to south. Only then do we understand that the government's failure to intervene in the attack at Horowhenua was not because the government was taken by surprise. The government already had the experience of it. Similarly, as we see it, the protection of Muapoko in Horowhenua flowed on from alliances arranged in the north. We acknowledge, however, that the Hapu have customary interests on either side of the Manawatu River. The examples of that are given in paragraphs 27, and at the hui that we had about a week ago, I was asked to add several more, but in the interest of time, I'm not going to read them. You will have them there in front of you with your notes, setting out the interest of both, perhaps some of the interest for both North and South. We submit that this will require the tribunal to negotiate the difference between interests in possession, which create property rights, and interests by historical association, which create cultural rights. To further maintain the sequence of Crown contact, the Forum proposed that following the technical witnesses, the Hapu will be heard by land divisions in the clockwise order as shown in Map B, which depicts Te Awaho, Himatangi, the coastal plains, Raurau, Orowa, and it should be on the map, but it's not there, Kaihinu. I'm at paragraph 31. We submit that for the purposes of assessing the credibility and reliability of their evidence, it is preferable that presenters present on their own ground in front of their own people. To assist the tribunal, we have given our understanding of the hapu and principal persons in each territorial division when the buying began in 1858. This is presented at paragraph 32. I don't propose to read it, but I ask that you simply note it, and to note that at the end of paragraph 32, Roman numeral small 3, could you add in there the words at the very end, and also hare, H-A-R-E, hemi, H-E-M-I, taharape, T-A-H-A-R-A-P-E. I'm up to paragraph 34. We record our gratitude to Ngāti Toa for joining with us, as they have done over the years, at important occasions to remind us of our whanaungatanga and our shared history. Just in my own period of time as a youngster, it was Ngāti Toa that opened the proceedings for the welcome to Lord Cobham in Palmerston North. It was Ngāti Toa that opened the proceedings when Governor Bernard Ferguson opened the Maori Battalion War Memorial Hall in the early 1960s, and that has been the same with other occasions as well, and I'm very pleased that we have maintained that particular kaupapa. It is also tika that they opened in terms of Māori law. We are proud that Te Rauparaha and Te Rangi Haiata were equally of Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Raukawa, and that they looked to Ngāti Raukawa, to the Ngāti Raukawa Confederation, to complete the customary strategy of following up battle success with territorial occupations that provide a numerical and military domination. We will argue, however, as in the Rangimaria narrative, that the hapu of Ngāti Raukawa Confederation set out not so much to dominate as to appease. and I have an insertion there which is with your notes. There are two matters in the Ngāti Toa evidence that we wish to emphasise. The first is the evidence of Ngāti Toa tradition that they held the mana of the Kapiti coast, that is, from Whangaehu to the south. Second, it may be inferred from Mr. Ropata's evidence that those of Ngāti Toa who purportedly subscribe to the deed of sale for Rangitike Manawatu may have done so only on account of their historical association. Going to paragraph 35, Gerald Toomey has referred to the strength and unity of Ngāti Raukawa as translated through whakapapa, waiata, mōteatea and kōrero tukuiho. And Te Kenehi Taylor has explained our hazardous but successful migrations with information never previously collated. Can you delete the words "and Piripi Walker has explained why we are here"? Then to just insert a bit from the additional notes. Both of these speakers remind us that Ngāti Raukawa who arrived here were battle-hardened warriors with reputations gained in battles in the places from whence they came and also in battles along the way. I mention that because of this court decision which said that Ngāti Raukawa had not effected a proper conquest. My submission is nothing could have stood in the way of Ngāti Raukawa, but instead Ngāti Raukawa sought to make peace. I'm now at paragraph 36. We now pick up from the point of our arrival. Following customary tactics, most of Ngāti Raukawa camped together at Otaki, then spread out after the 1834 Battle of Hauwhenua, shortly south of Otaki, to possess the lands to the north and south of the Manawatu River. The land between the Rangitike and Manawatu rivers were sparsely occupied, and it was there that large numbers of Ngāti Raukawa settled. As the hapu spread across the land in various combinations, some old hapu names disappeared from everyday use and new ones appeared. And we have mentioned Ngāti Parewahawaha as an example. That brings me back then to the hapu claims. We estimate that Ngāti Raukawa, both north and south, lost about 90% of their land before 1900, notwithstanding that Ngāti Raukawa were so strongly opposed to land sales. In view of the opposition, an answer is needed as to how this could have happened. The answer we contend is that government bypassed the hapu leaders by treating general meetings of everyone and anyone as conclusive, where government could control the outcome and could publish the outcome according to its own interpretation of what those meetings had decided. The proper position, we will argue, as introduced in Te Pene Raupatu, is that government needed to have the separate consent of each hapu through its senior representatives. That principle, we contend, is now in the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, that governments are to deal with Indigenous people through their customary institutions. And the hapu runanga is one such customary institution. I should have added a footnote there, and we'll slip it in now, the relevant clauses of the United Nations Declaration. clauses 18, 19, 20, and 23. The government then did the same thing with the native land legislation. It vested the remaining land in the multitude, cut out the control of the hapu, and eventually left the native land court to fill the gap. We will submit it to be a colonial strategy to separate the people from their political institutions and their economic base. We will contend that the native land laws of the day were not just about land reform. We will submit that they were wartime measures to destroy the political and economic base of the hapu. Sadly, we have blamed our forebears for selling the land when we should have blamed the government. Instead of keeping the land as a single tribal block, the government, through the Native Land Court, broke it down through partitions and successions to meaningless multiple shareholdings in fragmented parcels held increasingly by absentees. As our lands were fertile and easily subdivided, we were not left with the major blocks of land of the central North Island that were later to be managed as forests or farms. But for cultural sentiment, many of our lands might as well have been sold, for they served only as sources of dispute. Following the Waikato confiscations, the Kingitanga search for a tūranga waiwai at Whatiwhati Hoi and Ngārua Wahia illustrated the importance of the land for tribal government. Just how fragile is the prospect of tribal government within the Ngāti Raukawa Confederation, however, is borne out by the fact that in the 1850s there were significant papakainga for each of the Manawatu hapu, but by the end of the 1950s there were none. Paragraph 45. To reverse that, we repeat our request for the tribunal to keep in mind that the amount of land wrongly alienated, the quality of that land, and the proportion of land lost to that originally held are the key drivers in determining the size of the settlement. The Forum will therefore seek an assessment of how much land in the north was lost and its value, given that all is arable and nearly all is flat. We will do so in the context that the quantum and value of the land lost is not the most important measurement, but the amount that is left at the end to maintain the tribe in the future, and the amount of land that is left as a proportion of that originally held. These are necessary, we contend, to fulfill the Tribunal's charge in terms of Section 6 of the Act, to measure the extent of prejudice arising from Crown actions and how that prejudice might be alleviated. The position of Ngāti Raukawa is that we are amongst the most landless tribes in the country and have been that way for over a century. We then look to the extent of loss. It was much larger than the Rangitike Manawatu block. The original decision of the senior rangatira was to keep as a reserve for future generations some 319,500 acres of prime Manawatu land. The claim is therefore that, contrary to the Treaty of Waitangi, the Crown pursued the purchase of the Manawatu land and eventually extinguished the customary Maori ownership to the whole 319,500 acres without the consent of the hapu or the senior Ngāti Raukawa leaders. The 319,500 acres was also the land that the Northern Hapu had left after the senior leaders had already allocated 475,000 acres to the previous occupiers, Rangitane and Ngāti Apa. Rangitane and Ngāti Apa then sold the land to the government. The areas that we allocated to Rangitane and Ngāti Apa are shown in map C. It must be borne in mind then that we think of the land disposed in this area. We must remember that the total area was 794,500 acres. Of that, Ngāti Raukawa released 60%, which then became available for European settlement, and sought to retain only 40%, but on the basis that that 40% would be a permanent reserve for their people. So when you look at the map of the two areas, you will note that the area east of the Orowa River down to Shannon was occupied jointly by Rangitane and Ngāti Raukawa. The myth that we commonly hear that we were disputing with one another is wrong. Certainly we fought, and certainly with respect to Rangitane, we generally won. But at the end of the day, we arranged a marriage settlement and a peace agreement and agreed that they should be able to sell the Ahuatūranga block. The Rangitike Manawatu purchase then is amongst the largest in the North Island. It will be argued that the so-called sale was too large to allow for each affected hapu to properly agree, and was too large to leave each of the Ngāti Raukawa hapu with a sufficient endowment for the future. It will then be claimed that as a result of the Crown's appropriations, the Northern Ngāti Raukawa hapu lost a larger proportion of its customary land than most hapu in the country, if not all other tribes in the North Island, with marked impacts on the political, social, cultural and economic well-being of the hapu. I will summarise paragraphs 54 to 57. We will claim that Te Awaho block was not sold by the old guard of leaders who had the right to speak, but by the young guard who had been to the schools of the missionary groups and who thought they, the young people, knew best. We still have that problem today. I start again at paragraph 58. It is claimed that it was contrary to the Treaty of Waitangi for the Land Purchase Commissioner to have pursued the purchase of Te Awaho when he knew or ought to have known that the senior hapu leaders were opposed. It was contrary to the treaty and to tikanga Māori that the Commissioner sought a consent at a general meeting of those claiming an interest rather than a specific consent from each of the affected hapu. And that it is contrary to the treaty that adequate reserves were not made for the affected hapu, as was required in Colonial Office policy at the time of the treaty. We come to look more closely then at the Rangatike Manawatu transaction. We will argue that in looking at the Rangatike Manawatu transaction, the Tribunal should note first the dominant position of the Crown officials and their extensive conflicts of interest. Dr. Isaac Featherston was the Land Purchase Commissioner for this block. He was also the Superintendent of the Manawatu Province. These were the days of provincial governments, and Featherston had the leading provincial position. He was also a member of the House of Representatives and a confidant of Sir William Fox, who was alternately the Premier or Prime Minister, as we would say today, and leader of the opposition. Sir William Fox knew the district. His home was on some 5,000 acres on the north bank of the Rangitike River amongst Ngāti Apa. The government of the day considered 5,000 acres a reasonable amount of land for one person to hold. On the immediately opposite bank, the amount left for Maori, set for Maori, was 15 acres. Fox and Featherston were both involved in the Taranaki War and confiscations. Featherston also led the native contingent, comprised mainly of Atiho, Ngāti Apa, and Rangitani. Featherston supported large Maori land purchases for European settlement. He justified this policy through his publicised belief that Maori were a dying race, and his task was merely to smooth their pillow. He was assisted in this land purchase role by a lawyer, Sir Walter Buller, who also supported the purchase of Maori land, but mainly for himself, and who was known for the legal fees that he charged for relieving Maori of the burden of their land. At the same time, he was the resident magistrate for Manawatu and Horowhenua. The main claim in relation to the Rangitike Manawatu transaction is that the purchase process reached one of the highest levels of dishonest practice in the history of the Crown's preemptive purchasing. As argued in Te Pene Raupatu, the transaction was contrary to both the treaty and to the standards of the day for Maori land purchases. It failed to meet also the requirements for a valid transaction at either Maori or English law. While the inequality of bargaining power called for the government's utmost good faith, Featherston had conflicting ambitions as provincial superintendent and a prospective bias through his closeness to Ngāti Apa and Whanganui Māori in the wars. He was equally biased against the Ngāti Raukawa Confederation for siding with the Māori king. We will argue that Featherston's bias was manifest in his unequal treatment of the contending Māori parties. Also, Featherston used Taranaki confiscation practices against Ngāti Raukawa interests, although Manawatu was not a confiscation district. Featherston's capacity to acquire land despite opposition confirmed to us that land could be taken by the pen as effectively as by the sword, and thus the metaphor for the purchase as given by Ngāti Kaupata is Te Pene Raupatu. It will be claimed that it was critical to determine the ownership before buying started, that it was not properly determined in either the Awaho or Rangitike Manawatu purchases, and the land purchase commissioners were not qualified for the task in any event. Moving to paragraph 70. We will argue that the Rangitike Manawatu block was so large that the use of general meetings was bizarre, and the purchasing officer, Featherston, was inexperienced. Featherston had only one previous shot at buying land, which was in Taranaki. Even his peers considered that that purchase was a fiasco. Featherston had not previously served in the governing department and had no training in the department's ethics. He also had many conflicts, but even so was appointed as a land purchase commissioner by Sir William Fox. Because the tribunal will be confronted with multitudinous facts, I seek to provide in opening a broad overview as the forum sees it. Featherston considered Ngāti Apa and Ātiho to be the primary owners, just as they were the leaders of the native contingent. He also appears to have confused loyalty to the Crown with the right to ownership, adopting the Taranaki land confiscation test. He further appears to have treated as owners whoever he could get to sign sheets of paper. Those sheets of paper would later be attached to a deed, so that it looked like they had signed the deed when they hadn't. Most of the signatories on the deed were not living on the land, but were from far away, from Wanganui to Cook Strait. It was also bizarre that the Rangatike Manawatu block had been exempted from the new law that the Native Land Court would determine the owners before buying began. It was this very policy that was set up to avoid the thing that had started the New Zealand Wars. The rationale for the exemption was flimsy, we submit, and was based on the assumed rights of certain scrip holders who had purchased from the New Zealand Company. We will submit that the true reason for why Featherston and Fox moved to have Manawatu excluded from the court's purview was because Sir Donald MacLean, the supposed doyen of customary rights, had given the court a steer that Ngāti Raukawa were the owners, and it was known that the Ngāti Raukawa leaders would not sell. Ngāti Apa, on the other hand, had expressed their keenness to sell. It was logical. Featherston chose Ngāti Apa. Ngāti Raukawa had forged a peaceful relationship with Rangitani. As considered in the Rangimaria report, both would live together on the blocks along the river entrance as shown in map D. Ngāti Raukawa also forged a peaceful relationship with Ngāti Apa. As we have said, they released Turakina to Ngāti Apa and Ahuaturanga to upriver Rangitani. With the passing of the old tribal leaders of the Ngāti Raukawa Confederation and a military alliance with the government, certain of Ngāti Apa saw the chance for utu and offered to sell the Ngāti Raukawa share as well. It is most significant that Nepia Taratoa, the old warrior, died in 1863 and Featherston began buying in 1864. So it was that Featherston came to buy the land by soliciting some 1,700 signatures, with the largest signatory group coming from Wanganui, who had never lived on the land. Absent were the signatures of the senior tribal leaders and residents, except for one who had been threatened with confiscation for fighting at Orako in the Waikato War. I should add there was another signature on there of Nepia Taratoa, who was already dead when that signature was put on there. Featherston trumpeted a successful purchase at general meetings of whoever chose to come, and then dealt with the protests of the leaders and actual residents by pushing them off to the Native Land Court to prove their right to a small allotment. It was a bizarre twist, given that the multitude who purported to sell had to prove nothing. In an even more bizarre twist, the Native Land Court decided at the end of a tortuous process to determine the non-seller's interests, to determine instead who were the true owners, although there was no application before the court asking the court to determine that. As luck would happen for the government, the court determined that Ngāti Apa were entitled exclusively, without the government or anyone having to apply for such an order. In fairness to the current court, I should add that it's not so efficient today. I turn then to indicate the matters that we will look at in relation to the decision. The first is that when the court sat, Ngāti Apa attacked and destroyed the Ngāti Raukawa Papakainga of Pakapakatea on the Rangitike River, using the rifles of the native contingent. We think the message for the court was that they had the mana now, and they could act aggressively with impunity, for the government was on its side and would do nothing. They would do the same later in Horowhenua because of their links to Muapoko. Ngāti Raukawa could not respond without risking a confiscation. They were also handicapped by lack of revenue because Featherston had stepped in to stop their cash flow from the land leases. Featherston declared the leases to run holders as unlawful and collected the rents himself. So he dried up the source of revenue by which they might have been able to withstand the onslaught. We will consider also that when the non-sellers went to court, the government brought in a leading legal team to prevent them from claiming the ownership, led initially by none other than the Prime Minister, Sir William Fox. We will submit that the government, having a conflict, should not have been there at all, especially when the Native Land Court had been established to relieve the government of making decisions on ownership. The non-sellers, on the other hand, had a layperson acting voluntarily who came onto the job the night before the case was to be heard. They had instructed a lawyer in Wellington, but he pulled out, and I think once he knew that it was the Prime Minister who would be on the other side. We will also contend that the Native Land Court lacked a proper comprehension of Māori custom on which to determine the Māori ownership. This is developed in the Rangimaria narrative. We will say that the court had developed a one-dimensional framework when in tikanga, Māori looked to the whole of the circumstances to determine what was just. We will contend too that the government should have appointed Māori to determine the issues, for who better to know Māori custom than Māori people. Instead, we had a court that effectively determined that Māori were savages. It held that to effect a proper conquest, Ngāti Raukawa had to savagely wipe out their opponents, because that's what savages do. They said that Ngāti Raukawa had failed the test of savagery and had not obliterated the other party. We will be submitting that this was the ultimate in racist rubbish. Genocide has never been part of Maori practice for the purposes of effecting a conquest. It will therefore be claimed that the government was wrong to appoint the Native Land Court to determine ownership according to native custom when there were Māori who were willing and able to do that themselves according to their own processes, and when the Native Land Court judges were not competent to do so. It will further be claimed that the Native Land Court had a prescriptive framework based on categories of claim, and that this followed a Western legal approach that is inconsistent with customary decision-making. It will be claimed that native custom, more properly called tikanga Māori, requires instead a search for the true justice of the case. That is, a search for that which is tika, or correct. And that requires not a narrow or prescriptive approach, but an examination of the whole of the circumstances. And here the obvious circumstances are that Ngāti Raukawa had split the land to 3 parts equally to provide for everyone. It will be submitted that the question of whether the tribunal can contradict a Native Land Court decision does not arise here. The Native Land Court, having found that Ngāti Raukawa had no rights, later went on to find that Ngāti Raukawa did have the rights. As Professor Boast reiterates several times in his report, the Native Land Court was frequently inconsistent in its comprehension of the facts, including on the determination of native custom. In this case, in a decision unearthed by Professor Boast, to whom we are very grateful, the Native Appellate Court later found that the conquest was successful and Ngāti Raukawa held the mana of the land. Great decision. Just too late, the land had already gone. Paragraph 91. We have submitted that native custom or tikanga Māori required an examination of the whole of the circumstances to determine what is tika or right. It will be claimed that consideration of the prior allocations to Ngāti Raukawa, Ngāti Apa and Rangitane, and of the steps taken to secure peace would entitle the Ngāti Raukawa Confederation to the exclusive right to the Manawatu lands between the other 2 blocks. In addition to challenging the Native Land Court decision, we will seek to establish that the northern hapu of the Ngāti Raukawa Confederation in fact held the mana from Whangaehu to the Manawatu River prior to the 3 big allocations of Turakina, Manawatu and Ahuaturanga. It will be argued that a picture of Ngāti Toa and Ngāti Raukawa ascendancy was a conclusion of several contemporary observers and latter-day historians that was made from the records of many conflicts, skirmishes, clashes and battles. Some events, however, were no doubt more influential than others in forging popular opinion. These would probably include the taking of Kapiti Island, to which Kahuropata referred as the Battle of Waiorua. And soon after, the taking of Kapiti Island was the first one. Then soon after that, the Waiorua battle, the successful defence of a few hundred against a few thousand assailants from Whanganui to Arapawa at Waiorua, and the follow-up attacks on Ngāti Apa along the Rangatike River. Te Rauparaha's treatment of Muapoko would also have cut a deep impression and should be included in these significant events. It will be argued, however, that the deciding factor in the retention of mana was the arrival of Ngāti Raukawa. Winning the battle is one task. Winning the war by holding the land is another. It would require filling the district with many people who are able to fight and who at the same time are prepared to appease and make peace. Ngāti Raukawa had the numbers and the battle experience for both. It is indicative of their numbers that of the marae within the inquiry district, there are today 1 for Rangitane, none for Ngāti Apa, 2 for Muapoko, 1 for Te Atiawa, 2 for Ngāti Toa, and 23 for Ngāti Raukawa. These are shown in map E. Ngāti Raukawa proved their capacity in warfare in the Battle of Hauwhenua. Te Matiawa, Ngāti Kahoro, and Ngāti Parewahawaha kept Ngāti Apa to the north of the lower reaches of the Rangitike River. The several hapu of Rauro would later provide the same block in the upper reaches. And on the eastern front, Ngāti Kaupata and Rangitane would reach a peace agreement which saw them both occupying the lands the length of the Orowa and Manawatu rivers. I come to paragraph 97 and will summarise, I hope, and will summarise paragraphs 97 to 106. Because the Rauro hapu arrived after 1840, Dr. Featherston excluded the Mazonas. These hapu will say that he was wrong. They came peacefully on the basis of Māori law, and Māori law did not cease to operate at 1840, as we well know now from the Supreme Court decision of about 2012, the Takamori case. With regard to the purchase price, we will contend 4 points. The purchase price was not agreed by the 1,700 or so who signed a paper that was later attached to the deed. The price was not paid to those who did sign. There is no way of knowing who all shared in the proceeds and who didn't. And as to the value, 106,000 acres was immediately on-sold to the Manchester Company at more than 6 times the price government claimed to have paid for it. So I'm now at paragraph 107. The reserves. It will be argued that the Manawatu reserves had not been agreed ahead of the sale, which was a normal practice in the Crown preemption buying, and that was despite Maori requests that they be defined. It will be argued that as provided by Featherston subsequent to the purchase, and as later adjusted by another ministry, the reserves were inadequate and unjust, especially when compared with those for Ngāti Apa and Turakina. The reserves for Ngāti Apa on the northern side of the Rangitike River amounted to 43,050 acres, 40,000 acres of which was in one compact title. The more populous Ngāti Parewahawaha on the southern side of the river received 3,700 acres. It came in 21 scattered titles. Then in addition, Ngāti Apa received reserves on the south side of the river outside their allocated area. They received in 2 titles a further 1,500 acres, making 44,550 acres in all, as against the 3,700 for Parewahawaha. It will also be argued that the titles to the reserves were so long in coming that individuals were reduced to penury while waiting for them, and through meeting the costs of trying to get the titles. In some cases, land was sold to meet the debts before the title was available. So the persons pressing the government for a title were in fact European purchasers. The costs that I refer to are those of survey, legal documentation, court attendances to settle ownership, and agency fees. A special case to which the tribunal will be referred to concerns Lake Koputara. The owners of that lake have still to get a proper title today. That is, one with unrestricted access to it. It will be argued also that the reserves were inadequately protected. Ngāti Kaupata will address the machinations of a British agent whom they had engaged to secure the promised reserves from the government and then to manage them. They were defrauded, but were unsuccessful in recovering their losses in proceedings against the agent on the grounds that the proceedings were filed out of time. The agent was lessee of part, owner of part as payment for his services, and manager of all. Unbeknown to the Maori, he secured title to a large area in his own name that included even the papakainga, the homes in which the people were living. To recover that part, the papakainga area around Awahuri, they had to pay several times the true cost of that land, much more than the agent had taken from them. And to pay for that, they sold the Kawakawa Reserve that adjoined the Fielding Township along South Street, in which was where you were originally intended to hold this hearing at Manfield Park. The next issue concerns the condition of the reserves. Most were scattered and lacked the necessary compactness to be competitive in the new economy, or they were too small to provide for the future needs of the hapu and its members. Finally, the reserves were not reserves in the anticipated sense that they would be held for and administered by the hapu, that they would provide for the papakainga and for farms that would provide the economic base of the people. The reserves in turn were taken over by the Native Land Court. The lands were vested in the individual members of the hapu, and the hapu runanga was excluded from maintaining its customary oversight. The centre shoot of the flax bush had been cut out. As earlier discussed, 87% of our forebears reserve, going back to the late 1840s, of 319,500 acres, was acquired by Crown Purchase. The remaining 13%, or 42,500 acres, from Aorangi to Shannon, was alienated from the hapu under Native Land Court reforms in native land laws that date from 1865. It will be submitted that the effect of these laws was to divest the hapu of their possession and control of their land. The contemporary and present-day description of these laws as individualizing the ownership does not express the gravity of undermining the political capacity of a people to manage their affairs and to hold on to the land. The legislation compelled the court to determine the names of the persons entitled as owners when, in accordance with native custom, the individuals had only conditional use rights. I'm at paragraph 118. As already indicated, the Forum will argue that the native lands legislation was a wartime measure to divest the people of their political and economic capacity and their existence as identifiable communities, and to facilitate further land alienation. We will also argue that as the landowning body, the hapu did not consent to the alienation of the land that had passed through the Native Land Court, and so there was no treaty-compliant purchase of any part. Paragraph 120. We submit that the native land law spelt the end of the customary form of rangatiratanga. This is a special topic which will be addressed more comprehensively by the legendary Emeritus Professor Winiata and the renowned author and lecturer Misani Mikaere of Ngāti Pari Raukawa when the tribunal progresses from here to the southern hapu of the Ngāti Raukawa Confederation. We will seek to focus on the land administration aspect of rangatiratanga and our customary support for the kingitanga and the kingitanga expression of mana motuhake. It will be claimed that the government eliminated the capacity of Ngāti Raukawa to exercise their rangatiratanga through their own political institutions by such measures as purchasing the land through general meetings rather than through the hapu, by reserving insufficient land for the hapu, and by excluding the hapu from land management in its native land laws. Paragraph 123. Also, however, the impact of hapu elimination extended beyond land as understood in European law. It extended to the whole of the natural resources in the hapu territory, including the waters, the takutai moana, the hauku nui or aquifers, the minerals, whether they were used in custom or not, and ultimately the people themselves. For the hapu also had oversight of law and order, the care of children, health and education, employment, economic development, and the development of the arts. With regard to natural resources, the native land laws did away with the Maori concept of territoriality, where the hapu and iwi exercised mana over the land, waters, and inland seas, and substituted the concept where the Crown owns everything, the people have use rights defined mainly by land, and the hapu are excluded. Paragraph 127. We will argue that the social issues that now confront us would not have arisen had the hapu retained the control of the 319,500 acres proposed as a reserve by our forebears. We will be seeking recommendations for very significant compensation and ongoing funding from government departments to enable us all to maintain our own community officers and social workers outside of government constraints. As mentioned earlier, prior to the government purchases of Manawatu, the Manawatu hapu leased to European run holders large open stretches of land or runs for the pasturing of sheep and cattle to European run holders. The leases appear to have been mutually beneficial and to have resulted in friendly relations between Maori and settler families. The leases were obviously profitable for the lessees and would have provided the hapu with funds. Such funds would be necessary to develop the other hapu lands and to develop a tribal infrastructure for administration. It had the potential to provide the economic base for hapu rangatiratanga. The provincial superintendent, in his capacity as a government land purchase officer, nonetheless intervened to impound the rents and prevent the leasing of Manawatu land. It is claimed that government policy was opposed to Maori leasing their customary land and that the policy was contrary to the treaty and prejudicial to the Ngāti Raukawa hapu in preventing the hapu from developing its economic base and through that base its own political institutions for the control of its land and the exercise of rangatiratanga. Our submission will be that Featherston's primary purpose was to deprive the hapu of the funding necessary for them to more effectively oppose the government's purchase of the land. I will summarise paragraphs 132 to 138. Several hapu made claims to lands back in the north, particularly at Maungatautari. We will argue, first, that the wrong court was making the decision. It should have been the king's runanga. The king especially understood the customary position of absentee ownership, and his decision, we would say, was correct, and the Native Land Court decision was wrong. Secondly, the government court exposed the Ngāti Raukawa hapu to undue legalism and undue costs. I carry on to paragraph 139. You'll be pleased if I read out the heading of this section. It's headed Conclusion. Hapu throughout the country lost vast land expanses through questionable Crown purchases and confiscatory laws. 4 factors distinguish the Ngāti Raukawa losses, however. The first is the level of deceit in the government's purchase of the 247,000-acre Rangitike Manawatu block. It will be submitted that the level of deceit has no parallel amongst the other big purchases in the North Island. The second is the level of deceit in the Native Land Court decision of 1869, which too appears to have no parallel in the decisions of that court. The third concerns the incomparable quality and accessibility of the land. It extended across the greater part of the Manawatu Plains. It was mostly flat, with rich soils and wetlands, and some easy rolling land. Nearly all of it was arable. There was very little in steep country. In the Orowa Valley, the vast tracts of well-timbered forest and plantations of flax provided an immediate return to settlers to meet their development costs, and all was within easy reach of where the settlers were landing at Foxton and at Wellington. The fourth unique factor was that the proportion of land acquired by the Crown in relation to the total land which the hapu possessed was probably the highest in the North Island. As a result, from as early as the 1870s, Ngāti Raukawa became one of the most landless North Island iwi. It has been amongst the most landless for over 100 years and may have been the most landless. The critical issue for tribal survival is not the amount of land lost, but the amount that remains for the people at the end of the process. It is the extent of landlessness that most calls for a fulsome reparation to settle the past by providing for a more secure future for the hapu. It is also the case that Ngāti Raukawa has been left to the end of the settlement process. Presumably a reason is the lack of Crown assets in the Manawatu needing to be freed from prospective resumption orders. We are hoping to give evidence on the economic cost of coming last, as it is a matter of significance in our view. Land loss has meant lost development opportunities, the lack of a comparative experience in the corporate management of collective assets, the frequently expressed but undeserved guilt over the failure to hold on to the land, and an extensive population loss. Those of us born in about 1940, in the first decade of the treaty's second century, will be giving evidence of the parlous state of Ngāti Raukawa in the north at that time, 100 years after the treaty, and the pain that was visited upon our elders in their assumption that the land, the language, the marae, and the identity of the hapu was on the verge of being lost forever. Many of our old people died with that impression. It had an enormous impact on the way that my generation of the 1940s to the 1960s were raised. Out of sheer necessity, the focus was on surviving on Pākehā terms, even if that meant we would learn English but not Māori. At that time, no other option seemed practical. The tribunal will be given evidence that, as at 1940, Ngāti Raukawa Te Au ki te Tonga had the highest rate of language loss in the country. I was born in 1940 on the 100th anniversary of the treaty, almost to the day. My grandparents managed the Aorangi marae, which adjoined their home. My grandfather was on the Board of Maori Affairs and chaired the Raukawa Tribal Executive. He also farmed directly or through his children at Aorangi and Himatangi, and with my grandmother on her farm at Kakariki. He began his working life as a clerk and licensed interpreter in the native land court. The grandparents each had first-hand accounts of the land losses from their parents. While they did not pass on much, they said enough to paint a picture. It implanted in my mind a nascent desire to know the law, and Maori land law especially. It was the embryo of an ambition to reverse the historical trajectory. My work as a lawyer led to my appointment as a judge of the Maori Land Court in 1974. Although for reasons of conflict, my appointment was not to my home district, but to Waiariki. While that gave me a larger experience of Maori land administration, and also a wife, it also alerted me to the disparity in terms of land ownership between there and here, and why their whare runanga were more splendidly decorated, their wharekai much larger, the language more frequently spoken, and the whānau and hapu more accustomed to administering assets of extraordinary value worth millions today. It was a place where it was not uncommon for a Māori to go to work in a suit. By age 13, I was cycling the length of South Street each working day in summer on my way to work at the Fielding Freezing Works, as most Ngāti Kauwhata young children did. In those days, I think that compliance with the Factory Act age of 16 was regarded as discretionary. One could find amongst the 4 chains of about 30 workers each, nearly all of whom were Māori, some of the best minds and kindest hearts of our northern hapu, and persons with a profound cultural knowledge, but each toiling from a small space on a rotating killing chain for 40 hours a week. I cycled home from the works between 2 worlds. On the one side of South Street was the bustling town of Fielding, with the largest stockyards of the Southern Hemisphere, founded by enterprising migrants from Manchester. On the other side of South Street was the former Kawakawa Native Reserve of 1,035 acres. It had long been sold to pay the debts in relation to the lands at Tawahuri. At the far end of the reserve was the Awahuri Bush, now a public reserve named for Lord Kitchener. It was on the surrounding dry land that Ngāti Kauwhata first settled after their journey from Wangatautari in Waikato and on coming down the Mangone stream. Nearby was the Awahuri Reserve and original Papakainga, where the Kaufata and Maniaihu Wharerunanga once stood. It was beside that sacred land on Bonus Road that the town sewage scheme was established, just upstream from the kids' swimming holes. Ask the old people about what happened to the land, and they tended to look the other way or to simply respond as my kuia did, that land is yours. As I biked into the notorious South Street headwind, I shared the eldest sense of loss, helplessness, and bitterness. If I looked for something to show that this was once the Ngāti Kaupata Reserve, there was nothing to be found. I saw only the lone and level lands stretching far away, and have since carried a sadness for the land and for the people who were there. Thank you.
Well, kia ora ki a koe. We're going to take questions. Dr. Grant Phillipson will go first.
Well, he would have too many, I think.
I do have a few.
I'm not surprised.
But some of them are just small points, and you can deal with them in writing if you want to, but I'll run through them.
Yes.
Are you happy to continue to stand, or would you like to sit?
Yeah, I might take a seat. Thank you. That the way I can get the answers in my left ear.
Just my first question, sir, relates to paragraph 64 on page 15, where you said that the Rangatike Manawatu purchase failed to meet the requirements for a valid transaction, and you said that English law was one of the things.
Yes.
Is that more fully explained in the Pene Raupatu statement? Or?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I'll see if I still have that question after.
Yes, this was meant to be an indication of what you are about to hear.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Sort of like Grace.
I've actually culled some of my questions, but
That's good.
now you suggested in paragraph 73 on page 17 that Sir Donald MacLean had given the court a steer that Ngāti Raukawa were the owners, and I don't understand that statement.
When he finished the purchase of the Turukina block, he, as I understand it, he stated that the purchase could not proceed south of the Rangatike River because that was Ngāti Raukawa territory.
And that was known to the Native Land Court when it sat in 1868?
I would have thought so, considering that he was the head of his department. I expect it would have been especially known to Featherston, who was the Land Purchase Commissioner, and Sir Donald McLean had been the head of that outfit. I would have thought that all of the Land Purchase Commissioners would have been aware of Donald McLean's statement.
Yes, that department was shut down after Waitara, but I can't remember exactly when, and it might have been later in the 1860s.
Waitara was 1860, yes. And the purchasing began in 1864.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure whether the department still existed when Featherston was appointed.
Oh, yeah, but whether or not the department existed, the point is, its material, its information should still have been around.
So he should have known that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Don't need to ask that one.
Why don't you take these here as soon as he calls out the number of the paragraph, find me in that one because I've got my notes on the statement.
In paragraph 77, on page 17, you said that one of the senior leaders in residence was threatened with confiscation for fighting at Orako.
Yes.
I just wondered what the name was of that leader.
Tapatafata.
Tapatafata.
I should have mentioned at that point too that the Nepia Tarator could have been his son.
Yes.
It could have been. It could have been his signature that was there. But what I can't reconcile about that was that he was so persistently opposed to the sale.
Mm. Mm. Yes, thank you. I think that is discussed in some of the research reports, that he did sign it and later decided that he shouldn't have, from my memory. And paragraph 96 on page 21, you may have actually corrected this when you were delivering your paper. Yes, it's just the sentence, the several hapu of Ruru would later provide the same block in the upper reaches. I didn't understand that.
Okay, so we had in the southern, out towards the coast, we had Ngāti Parawahawa, who were there to block Ngāti Apa from crossing over. But they could have gone further north than that. And the Rauro people were there to block them going over there.
I read that as a block of land.
Oh, I
Sorry,
see.
Now I understand what you mean. Right.
So they erected Po there, and they were also involved in a major fight with Ngāti Apa.
Right. No, I understand that now.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I have a couple of others which I'd rather you answer in writing, so I'll put those in writing. Thank you very much, and thank you for your wonderful presentation. Kia ora.
Kia ora, Serdi. Thank you very much. I don't know if these are questions or comments, but there was one thing I heard you say, I just wanted to make sure, at paragraph 104.
Just go straight to it.
And you said it was on sold for more than 6 times the price, but it actually says three times in the brief.
Yes, that is correct. The reason is that it was expressed in a difficult way the earlier time around. That was for 106,000 acres out of 247,000 acres. So I did it the other way around of saying, well, if you take it as part of the whole, it would come out at that figure. Is that double Dutch? Yeah, okay, let's have another shot at it. The, what part is it?
Paragraph 104.
104. So, 106,000 acres of the block was on-sold to the settlers of Manchester. It was on-sold for 3 times the price that the government had paid for the 240,000 acres. So I thought, well, that's about 6 times the price.
I see.
Because it was only half the block, yeah.
I see. I just wanted to make a point, or to comment on the point you made at paragraph 55, where you were talking about the old guard of leaders.
Yes.
I think that point is often lost by Māori today. I'd seen it in other places about that old guard, how whatever their word was in those days, that was it, and you never challenged it. And it seems to be in about the 1860s you get this young leadership coming through who
Yes.
begin to challenge. And as you say, and I think it's interesting here in this area, they were mission schooled young men who were probably getting advice from the missionaries.
Yes, and we've been given new ideas, and I think they could read and all those sorts of things, and they had suddenly got the idea that, well, we know better than the old people.
In general, I wanted to say how well written I thought this was, and I wondered whether your own people appreciated what they had in you. Certainly could do with you in our own tribe. Kia ora.
No questions from Ms Simpson. My question, I dare I say, it goes back to my own tribe and Dr Monty's tribe. In order to prepare for the Moriori Chatham Islands hearings,
Yes.
Apirana Mahuika was asked to do a brief, and his brief was on conquest, and he talked about in order to establish effective conquest, you had to annihilate completely. You, I think, in one of these documents with some of the other authors point out that given your experience and the experience of the other authors, that no one could actually identify an occasion where conquest resulted in total annihilation in Māori custom pre-1840.
Right.
So I'm interested if you've given any thought to what that means beyond what you've written so far.
I think the Chatham Islands is well regarded as a very exceptional case. It's well worth noting how they got there. They got there on a brig, on a European ship. They had guns, the other people did not. Moriori people did not have guns. And I think they just got a bit carried away with the... So I don't regard that as a traditional conquest when you've got that many guns against the people with no guns. But I huge respect for Api Mahuika, of course. But I do have a different view. When I've looked at several of the Native Land Court records, and invariably the effort seemed to be to conquer an area and then incorporate the people whom you have conquered into your own tribe to build up the tribal strength.
And in terms of Ngāti Toa's position at the time, as put by Tamihana and others, the idea of tuku whenua and being able to do what you wanted on the land as a confederation of iwi, that is a matter that's going to be explored further.
I think it does need to be explored further. we use the word tuku whenua, which the native land court interpreted to mean a gift. Tuku can be a release of anything. The last breath you give in life is referred to as a tuku of that breath, a giving away of it, a releasing of it. When the native land court determined it as a gift, I think it had it wrong. What was happening here was really an allocation of the land. So we talk about Ngāti Raukawa coming down here was not because of a gift of the land, it was to back up Ngāti Toa and the call of Waituhi for her relatives to come down and give help. So we were giving, I think, more than we got.
Right.
So I don't see it as a tuku in the sense of gift, but tuku in the sense of allocation.
Yes. All right, thank you. And the final question relates to, so we're going to hear more about that.
Yes, you will hear
And
more about that.
obviously
Mainly
you'll
because you've asked for
probably-
it, so we're going to have to.
Yes, and you'll be cross-examined on it by the Crown and other
sure.
witnesses, I'm sure. Or at least questions of clarification will be sought. Now, the final thing was he iti ngā motai.
Yes.
What is the status of that paper now?
The status of He Iti Ngā Motai is that it is put in as a repository of oral and traditional history. In my view, it is not evidence until somebody relies on that part. Then it forms evidence. And at that point, it can be challenged. But I see it in the same category as that which Your Honour order that Your Honour made in relation to the filing of the Ngāti Toa evidence on the record of this inquiry.
Mm-hmm.
You said all of that evidence goes on, but it's the only part that we will take notice of is the part that we rely upon.
All right.
And give an evidence.
So the opportunity is there for hapu who wish to draw upon it?
Yes.
Okay.
Now what we need to note about Hiti Ngā Motai is that it was written before the technical research had been done. And a number of people, now that they have seen the technical research, will want to give a different statement about their evidence.
Right. Well, those are all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Engari, me hea atu au ki a koe, e kore taia ahau ki te mutunga o taku mihi ki a koe. I tēnei rangi. Thank you so much. This has been extremely helpful to give us an overview of the arguments that we're going to be hearing over the next few weeks of hearing. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
Kia ora.
Your Honour, may I just ask you a question in relation to the paper that's just been presented?
The statement,
just for clarification.
with some evidence.
The passages that were not read, are
Yes.
they to be taken as read?
I think they're still relied upon. He was summarising
Yep, no,
for
that's
the
fine.
benefit of time.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. And the second one was where words were changed during the delivery, very small passages that were changed, do we take the spoken words or the written words as being the words on the record?
Well, that's a good question because I know I
Pep-
changed the text a few times.
Yes, so did I.
Perhaps I could assist here by filing another copy. For every word that was changed, it was written in here, so I can easily file a copy that will show all the changes.
Thank you.
Mum, if we could just have that as a tracked changed document, that would be very helpful. As per your memo for the protocols.
All right.
Yes, that can be done.
Well, that brings us to the close of the day. We have no opportunity to hear Dr. Hearn this evening. Is he here still? Yes. Dr. Hearn, could you stand up? We are looking forward to hearing from you. You were going to stay overnight. You will open in the morning with your summary, and then we'll have the cross-examination time with you. You will be able to get away by lunchtime at least.
What are these? Are these all?
We hope.
Okay. I'll pin it up.
I'm always hopeful.
So we just need a karaki.
All right, I'm going to pass it over to Professor Meihana.
jury.
Ka tiake, tēnei te uri o kauwhata te tuake nei tuatahi rā ki te mihi atu ki a koutou, kei te kai whakawā matua, te uri o Ngāti Porou e mihi atu rā ki a kōrua tahi, o te rā ki a koutou ngā mana, kua tai mai I ringa I ta karanga a te iwi ki a hui pēnei tātou I tēnei rā. E mihi ana ki a koutou hato pāura, tēnā koutou, I whakatuwhera hea, tēnei kareti, kia rongo I ngā kōrero a te iwi tēnei rā. Ka tika huri anō au ki te mihi atu ki a koutou e kuima, e koroma, e rauranga tirama, me ki pēnei au ko whakaungia te mana o te kupu kōrero I tēnei rā I tō koutou tainga mai. E hine mā, e tama mā koutou ngā uri o Ngāti Raukawa, te reureu, Ngāti Pare Waha Waha, Ngāti Kauwhata, Ngāti Toa Rangatira, koutou kua tai mai, tēnei au katu atu ki te mihi atu ki a koutou. E huri ana ngā whakaaro ki te āhua o ngā pūkōrero, ko tiaki nei te whakatakoto mai I ngā kupu kōrero, ngā whakaaro, hei whare wānanga mā ngā kaiwhakawāne. Tēnā koutou I ngā kōrero kua horahia. E ki ana te kōrero kua horahia te takapau wharanui, te rerenga o te kōrero ki te ao marama, marama ki uta, marama ki tai, tahi a te ki, tahi a te wānanga. Nō reira, kia koutou ngā pū kōrero o te iwi, tēnā rawa atu koutou. Kai te tuahine mihi atu rā kia koe, I whakahaere ai ngā kōrero I tēnei rā, mai te pōwhiri, tairawa mai ki tēnei haura, me te whakaaro anō hoki he rā anō apopo. Nō reira, I roto I era whakaaro a e te iwi tēnei au ka tuake, me ki pēnei ki te whakakapi atu I te wahanga ki te iwi o Ngāti Raukawa te au ki te tonga Ngāti Kauwhata. Hato paura mehe me, he kai kara ki anō, kei roti a koutou kei te pai. Tū mai muri I tēnei whakakapinga mo te wahanga ki te iwi. Nō reira, kia tau mai ngā manaakitanga a te mea ngaro, ki runga ki tēnā o te iwi, e hui mai nei I tēnei rā. Kia toi te mana o te iwi, kia toi te mana o te kāreti, kia toi te mana o te kupu kōrero, ko whakatakoto hia I mua I te warawaro o te iwi. Te kupu kōrero kia mau, te ke te wānanga kiau, o whiwhia, o rawea tūrau parea, tūrau Hawaiki, e rarau ki te tapuai nui o tāne, tāne I te wānanga, turuturu ōwhiti whakamaua kia tīna, tīna, haumi e, hui e, taiki e. Kia ora tātou.
He pānui āku. Even though that was our closing karakia, just can we remind the whānau to return our headsets over to here. It's starting at 9 o'clock tomorrow. If we could be seated before then with your headsets and everything. We also need a kai tiaki for each of these taonga that were brought, so we can have a bit of a chat with you, please. Can the kai tiaki for the taonga please come forward and wait with us? Thank you. Tēnā tātou. Please leave the seats set out for tomorrow. Thank you. Please leave the seats set.
Yeah.
their one.
Oh, so this is our, that's why it's good to come over here. And then I can ask you our time.
Yeah. Oh, there he is there.
Just in case, if you see any keys lying around you, we have some lost keys, thank you. Please bring them to the room over here.